morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to Bandung Institute of Technology for the opening ceremony of Habitechno, the sixth international conference on sustainable human settlements in creating inclusive, safe, and resilient habitat. I am Anissa Diah Astarini, and
I am Fabian Hosea.
will be guiding you as the masters of ceremony throughout the day.
Habitechno is a biannual international conference focused on innovative solutions in the concept and practice of contemporary technology for housing and settlement development, particularly for low-income dwellings in developing countries. Since 2013, Habitechno has been organized by the Study Program of Architecture, School of Architecture, Planning, and Policy Development of Bandung Institute of Technology, in collaboration with fellow institutions in the scope of housing, settlement, and building technology in Indonesia and abroad.
This year, in supporting the fulfillment of Sustainable Development Goals, the Habitechno 6th International Conference promotes the theme of sustainable human settlements, creating inclusive, safe, and resilient habitat. Our event is conducted on hybrid conference that takes on-site presence here in the Architecture Gallery of ITB and also virtual participation through Zoom's meeting platform. Now, before we begin, for a brief moment, we would like to invite everyone to sing the Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. May we all rise. Yes, please be seated.
Now, please allow me to greet our honorable guests for today's event. Dean of SAPPD ITB, Dr. Sri Mariati. Vice Dean of SAPPD ITB, Mr. Aswin Indaprasta, PhD. Head of Architecture Postgraduate Program, Mrs. Dewi Larasati, PhD. Head of Urban Design and Landscape Architecture Postgraduate Program, Dr. Muhammad Doni Kurniawan. Chairperson of Habitechno 6 event, Dr. Alice Nurdini, and our moderator for today's conference, Mr. Muhammad Zehansya Siregar, PhD.
It is also an honor for us to welcome our eminent speakers of the day. Mr. Bruno Derko from UN Habitat, Professor Fang Sokyong from Singapore Management University, Professor Takashi Asawa from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Professor Wang Wachuo from Penn State University, Dr. Halawi Abdul Hamid from Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Professor Himasari Hanan from SAPPD-ITB, Dr. Andri Widyawiyatnoko from SAPPD-ITB, and all our distinguished invitees and participants who are joining us both in this room and on virtual meeting for this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of our international conference will be commenced with an opening remarks from the chairperson of this Habitechno 6 event this year. Now, everyone, please welcome the chairperson of Habitechno 6 event, Dr. Alice Nurdini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Bruno Derkon, Officer in Charge Regional Office from Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Habitat. Our respected invited speakers and moderator, Dr. Insinyur Halawi, Profesor Wang Dazuo, Profesor Pang Sok Yong, Profesor Takashi Asawa, Profesor Himasari Hanan, Dr. Ing Andri Widyo Wijatnoko, and Dr. Muhammad Jehansah Siregar. Our respected guests from Government of West Java, Profesor Reni Wirahadikusuma, Rector of Institut Teknologi Bandung, Profesor Sri Mariati, Dean of School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development of ITB, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As chairperson of the 6th Habitechno Biennial International Conference, it gives me great honor to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of the committee. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome more than 75 presenters and all participants from Japan, Malaysia, Swiss, and United Kingdom as the representative of the students, lecturers, and researchers. I also thank you to our respected partner from School of Architecture, Building and Design, Faculty of Innovation and Technology, Taylor University of Malaysia, Government of West Java Province, Architect Association of Indonesia from West Java Province, Tunas Nusa Foundation, our lovely student union, Ima Marka and Ima Gunadarma, for collaborating to achieve quality of knowledge dissemination. Habitechno consists two phrases, habitat and technology, and it has been 12 years since the journey of Habitechno began. This year, Habitechno emphasizes the topic about sustainable human settlements, creating inclusive, safe, and resilient habitat. It is our hope that the event today would act as a spark for more global collaboration in the dissemination of habitat and technology knowledge. Our ability to collaborate will enable us to make even greater contribution to the advancement of welfare, both locally and globally. Furthermore, we understand that our goals can succeed with ongoing support from a variety of sources, including ITB itself, as well as the academia, the government, the industries, the investors, and the communities. Last but not least, I strongly hope that all the distinguished guests gathered here today will share generous support and encouragement for the sustainable of human settlements. Once again, I'm most grateful for your participation and support. Let's share and care right here, right now, in Harmonia Progressio. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Alice, for the remarks. Now we will listen to a welcome speech from Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology, Professor Reni Wirahadikusuma, that will be delivered by Professor Sri Mariati as the Dean of SAPPD ITB. Please welcome Professor Sri Mariati.
distinguished our keynote speaker, our respected invited speakers, Associate Dean of Academic, School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, and also Program Director of Undergraduate Program of Architecture, School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everyone who is present here today, please accept my greetings and sincere welcome to our campus, Institut Teknologi Bandung. It is my great pleasure to inaugurate this Habitechno conference, which stands as a testament to our collective effort in addressing the global challenges of habitat and human settlement to achieve sustainable development goals. The Institut Teknologi Bandung is not merely an academic establishment. Rather, it is a guiding light for both knowledge and innovation. As we probe deeper into the urgent problems that are associated with habitat and human settlement, we are maintaining our dedication to the pursuit of knowledge and innovation. We live in a world that is rich in variety and complexity, but we are all connected by a need that is universal to all of us. The need for shelter, for a place to live that we can properly refer to as a home. While we are gathered here for Habitechno, it is important to keep in mind that the ultimate goal of our conversation, deliberation, and innovation is to provide a solution to these fundamental human necessities. Our institution, Institut Teknologi Bandung, has always been rooted in the reality of life on Earth, serving as a platform for the development of technology in the interest of our nation and the world. Today, we extend this commitment to the sphere of habitat and human settlement, particularly focusing on the challenges faced by low-income people in developing countries. As we embark on this journey of exploration and discovery, I urge everyone to remember the importance of collaboration. Let us pool our knowledge, our resources, and our ambition and work together to find sustainable solution to the global human settlement crisis post-pandemic. In this opportunity, allow me to extend our gratitude to our keynote speaker, Mr. Bruno Derkon, Officer in Charge, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, UN Habitat. Our respected invited speaker, Dr. Insinyur Halawi, from Head of Human Resource Development Agency, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia. Professor Wang Dazuo from Penn State University, USA. Professor Pang Sok Yong from Singapore Management University, Professor Takashi Asawa from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Professor Himasari Hanan, and Dr. Ing Andri Widyo Wijatnoko from ITP, and Muhammad Jehan Siregar PhD from ITP as a moderator, and also the organizing and scientific committee of the 6th Habitechno International Conference, Bu Alice and all of the supporting staff. Thank you very much. In conclusion, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the participants and also speaker, as I already mentioned, and organizer who have made this conference possible. I'm confident that the discussion, insight, and innovation that emerge from this seminar will bring us one step closer to achieving our goal of sustainable built environment for all. Thank you. And hereby, I open officially the 6th International Conference of Habitechno. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sri, for delivering the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to our main session to hear the keynote speeches from our honorable speakers, that will be moderated by Mr. Muhammad Jahansyah Siregar, PhD from SAPTD ITB.
Now, Mr. Muhammad Jahansyah Siregar, PhD, or known as Mr. Jehan, is currently working as an academician and researcher in Bandung Institute of Technology. And since 1997, he has belonged to to Housing and Settlement Research Group in Bandung Institute of Technology. Since 1993, Mr. Jehan has been involved in several activities, such as assistantship in community-based housing development program. And from 1997 to 2002, most of his works were concentrated within LPM ITB, an institute for community empowerment, and also under the Environment Research Center of Institute Technology, Bandung.
After completing his doctoral degree from University of Tokyo in 2006, Mr. Jahan joined Urban and Regional Development Institute until 2007. In 2008, he also joined Visi Indonesia 2033, and since 2011, Mr. Jahan has been working as a housing expert for Housing and Urban Development Institute and Sustainable Urban Development Forum until present days.
In August 2014, Mr. Jahan was appointed as the head of Housing Working Group at Jokowi and Yusuf Kala's transition team. Between 2011 and 2012, he was also appointed as an advisor for ministerial advisory in Ministry of Public Housing. Mr. Jahan then served as ministerial expert in Ministry of Public Works and Housing in 2014 until 2017, respectively. He's been frequently invited as panel for several competitions and resource person for national media interviews.
All right, so without further ado, please welcome Mr. Jahansyah Siregar.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you for the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the plenary session, and now we have already amongst us our keynote speaker, Mr. Bruno Derkon. And after the keynote speaker convey his presentation, we will have the first session of our plenary session from 3 presenters, and then the second session, also 3 presenters. So we will have the discussion, including the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the title of the conference is quite macro, the sustainable human settlement, creating livable, resilient human settlement. This topic is quite macro and embracing so many issues, topics, challenges. And in this morning session, we will have presentation materials rather about the development or practice issues. And then in afternoon session, we will have more about the academic session, including 76 papers already received, and will be discussed in 12 parallel rooms. So we will have our keynote speaker, Mr. Bruno Derkon. He will convey a title about global perspective, human settlement development. Now, Mr. Bruno Derkon, we welcome you to make your presentation. Time and place is yours now.
Good morning, selamat pagi. It's a pleasure to be back in Bandung. I don't know what you see here on this introduction. Oh, yes, in front also on the CV. You have to read. Oh, I want to tell that I started in Bandung. You tell.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Bruno. Mr. Bruno Derkon is by training an architect and engineer and added an MBA degree with specialization in corporate governance and environmental management for United Nations Habitat. He has been supporting program development and management in Bangladesh, China, Indonesia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and Timor-Leste. He has supported the publication of flagship publication. Mr. Bruno Derkon has many working experiences from 1986 to 1994. He's doing research and training of trainers assignments in Europe and Southeast Asia from 1994 to 2004. Planning specialist and director, various public and corporate assignments in Southeast Asia and China, 2005 to 2010, housing policy advisor in Banda Aceh, United Nations Habitat Indonesia. In 2010 to 2013, as a human settlement officer, United Nations Habitat, WAP, Asia Pacific. And 2013 to 2022, as senior human settlements officer and in United Nations Habitat. And the last experience is 2022 up to now as officer in charge in United Nations Habitat Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. That is the CV of Mr. Bruno Derkon. Now, time and place is yours.
Thank you, Pak Jehan. So I wanted to start by saying that I'm currently the acting regional director for UN Habitat in Asia and the Pacific. I've been working, I think, for 38 years, and my first job was an exchange researcher in Universitas Parahyangan in 1986. So I lived for 3.5 years in Bandung. So it's a bit like coming home. I was very young, 23 years old when I started. I saw that in your program and briefing that I got, one of the issues you look at is human resources development. So I keep away. There are many things that can happen in life. It was very accidental that I started in Indonesia. It was not planned, but there was a very nice exchange between my university in Belgium and Parahyangan University with the past Professor Sandesega. And I worked afterwards in planning and research and because of the tsunami, I was listed to join for the British Conference on the a very interesting career that for the conference. I think that this is the presentation.
The Asia and Pacific region is urbanizing at unprecedented speed and scale. The region's urban population will swell from 2.5 billion to 3.4 billion people by 2050. of Asian and Pacific Cities 2023 report, Crisis Resilient Urban Futures, developed by SCAP, UN Habitat and partners, offers a forward-looking agenda to shape post-pandemic pathways for a sustainable urban recovery. The report identifies 4 key areas essential to building crisis-resilient urban futures. 1. Urban and territorial planning. Spatial planning is the bedrock of shaping, regulating, and strategizing for resilient urban futures and must be strengthened to leave no one and no place behind. The region remains home to the largest number of people living in informal settlements in the world who are acutely vulnerable to the impacts of crises. Our region's cities are regularly home to the world's worst air quality. 2. Climate action. To ensure cities meet their climate targets, resilient and low-carbon climate action must be scaled up. 67% of urban infrastructure in the Pacific is located within 500 meters of the coastline under threat from the climate-induced sea level rise. Climate action will also create co-benefits such as cleaner air. 3. Digital transformation. To address persisting digital inequalities and build people-centered smart cities, true digital transformation across the region requires inclusion as well as innovation. Nearly 40% of Asia-Pacific's population remains unconnected or poorly connected to internet resources. 4. Urban finance. The COVID-19 pandemic profoundly impacted urban finance. As cities recover, they must seek new ways to build finances and economic resilience. More than 65% of employment in Asia-Pacific cities is in the informal economy, which has been disproportionately affected by the pandemic and is slower to rebound. A sustainable urban future can only be realized through joint action and regional urban partnerships in every area. More than ever, cities must rise to overcome the crises threatening resilient, sustainable, and connected urban development. By embracing the urgent challenges of today and jointly putting ideas into action for tomorrow, cities across the Asia and Pacific region can build a crisis-resilient urban future for all.
Let's start here. Um, as you saw, this was the feature video 2 weeks ago, launched with a report at the Asia Pacific Urban Forum in Suwon, Korea. It's a nice video. I think it gives that snapshot introduction, and all of that you can find in that report that SCAP and UN Habitat launched. Is the 4th joint report on the state of cities in Asia Pacific, and you find it there. And that's really of these 4 themes where we talk today about. But as I said in the initial slide, my focus of today is on adequate housing for all, because it's really the core of the sustainable human settlements promise. And we didn't talk in UN Habitat or globally in global meetings that much about housing in 20 years. It was a bit of a difficult subject. Planning, for instance, was also a difficult subject. There was very little global guidance on urban planning, but the new urban agenda set that right. And there is an international guideline. There are many platforms. It's incorporated in a lot of national urban policies now. So a lot of that has been set right. But I think it's because of the pandemic of COVID-19 that there is a new realization about the importance. And so in the second Habitat, United Nations Habitat Assembly, so the meeting of all member states on habitat issues every 4 years, and that was in June in Nairobi, one of the resolutions was about adequate housing for all. And I think it's the first time in about 20, 30 years that there is a major umbrella resolution, not about slums, just a part of it, or not about sustainable building, but about adequate housing overall. Moreover, it was sponsored not, for instance, by developing countries, but by developed and developing countries. The lead was actually France. And that means that something changed. And I want to focus that in the presentation. Next. Now, in my keynote, I will go to 4 issues, and I will a little bit walk through a couple of issues to make it, to touch on enough ideas that can inspire you for the rest of the day. First, about what's moving in the global agendas, and that is also in relation to the SDG 11 reporting. The second, I want to focus on that key promise of the 2030 development agenda of leaving no one behind. And I think it's important also doing that here in Bandung and in ITB. I always cherish the legacy, for instance, of Professor Hassan Purbo, the concern for the urban poor. So leaving no one behind. How do we need to unpack that today? Moving from that, I want to go to a number of policy challenges, and then also for students here, look on how we take that up in our work. And finally, a couple of key messages on the global housing challenge. Next. So housing is, of course, incorporated in international law and international agreements. The bedrock of that is in the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights that promises that fundamental right at everybody for housing as one of the key rights for adequate living. Next. One before? Yeah. And the next one is in New Urban Agenda. The definition of adequate housing was taken in, the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living that includes, the leaving no behind promise that includes providing equal access to adequate housing and affordable housing. Next. And it was taken up as one of the indicators, the first indicator of SDG level for adequate, safe, and affordable housing. And that safe housing, the issue of resilience, the issue of inclusion, that comes also back in your theme today. Next. So adequate, I hope that there is a clear understanding in how the concepts of what is inadequate have evolved in the last 25 years. The slum definition, as you probably know, only became globally accepted because of the Millennium Development Goals, the five dimension of how to measure slums. There was always an understanding that informal settlements also had to be looked, and in the statisticians among you would know that informal settlements are slums except for overcrowding. So informal settlements that are overcrowded are by definition slums. But with the concept of the sustainable development goals, the definition was expanded in target 11.1 and in the indicators. And inadequate housing also has to do with affordability, accessibility, and cultural adequacy. So a housing that is fit for purpose for the last one. And very often in urban issues, accessibility and affordability go together. You can buy a house, but it is 40 kilometers from where you work. You cannot buy a house in the city because it's too expensive. And that's a challenge here in Indonesia, there's a challenge in Malaysia, And it's a challenge everywhere in New York, Paris, and Japan. Next. If we go to the most recent report on SDG 11, and this year was in the yearly release of updates on the SDGs. This year was the time for the reporting on SDG 11. It happens approximately every 4 years. So there is not that much global reporting on SDG 11. The most recent one was released under the coordination of UN Habitat this year. And you see this basic statistic that is in that global report that was presented to the high-level political forum. And it shows that the basic measurement of populations living in slums is positive. The proportion of people living in slums is going down. Usually when you hear UN Habitat speaking, we say the number of people living in slums goes up. This is the political representation. The number of people living in slums proportionally goes down. Next. And so we come to the basic problems that goes with these official reports, which you need to read very carefully, and which you need to explain very well to politicians and decision makers, because the number of people living in slums in many areas goes up. Here you see the breakdown, also from the same report. And you see that blue line, the proportion of urban populations living in slums indeed goes down in most areas of the world. But it goes up in sub-Saharan Africa if you count the urban slum population. It goes up in Southeastern Asia. It goes up in Southern Asia, but in recent years it goes down in Southern Asia. And it goes up in Latin America, but in recent years goes down. I think that's counterintuitive. That all has to do with the measurement of urban, which is politically then again not well explained. Because poor people don't live anymore in the city. They live in administratively measured rural areas. They live 50 kilometers from their place of work. So the number of people living in slums goes up, but they even cannot live anymore in slums in the cities. They live in slums outside, in peri-urban areas. So if you go to SDG reporting and we look at housing, what I want to explain is whether you want it or not, you immediately touch on urbanization issues. That is very clear. And these issues need to be very well explained to decision makers and politicians, because statistics deceive. Next. These are the key messages. And it relates to what I just explained. On the left side, the urban population is going up. Urbanization continues. In Indonesia, 56% going to 60%. It will also go up. The island of Java, I quote a decision maker of Bappenas a few years back, by 2045 will be 90% urban. The island of Java, 90% urban. With that come the challenges. Of course, the urban areas produce 80% of the GDP, but also 70 to 80% of the greenhouse gas footprint. Cities contribute enormously to pollution and climate change. And that's an issue we have to take up, including with green building. One of the statistics that is now becoming increasingly popular is that buildings contribute 40% to the urban climate emissions footprint. And that's a huge issue, and hence it comes now on the global agenda very quickly. But I go back to the right side again to keep to that perspective of sustainability. That's a measurement of a few years back of the extent of urbanization, the land use, the land consumption, which is measured in SDG 11.3. 11.3 is about adequate planning, and the measure is land consumption. And it is a measure in favor of compact cities and against sprawl. But you see in Asia and in Latin America and in Africa, populations still go up, urban populations go up, and the urban extent keeps growing. Whereas in Europe and United States, the population is no longer going up, but cities are still expanding. We have a global program. It's not just an issue of developing countries. It's a global program of unsustainable urban development. And in that context, we put the housing challenge next. So one of the key messages of UN Habitat and one of the key outreach we do in World Urban Forums, in meeting the Asia Pacific Forum, meeting this week with policymakers, directors, director generals from 15 countries of Asia and Africa, for instance, on national spatial planning, is making the connections. Of course, we want to see in as many as possible housing policy frameworks that tackle the issue of adequacy and affordability. But it relates to national urban policies. It relates to national spatial frameworks. It relates to the degree of urbanization. I come back to that in a second. And it relates to SDG localization. Degree of urbanization, I hope you are in touch with what even your own national statistical agency is doing. That is that the definition of how to measure urban is changing. The UN Statistical Commission in 2020 accepted a new definition, a global universal definition, irrespective of political systems, for urban. And it has two dimensions. It is built up area and commuting activity. And you see here in the references that is really a global issue that we take on. You see in every of the 4 initiatives, National Urban Policy, SDG localization, etc., UN Habitat. And in every one we work with the OECD. It is that important. It's not just about development. It's that important for sustainable development of the whole world, including for advanced economies. National urban policies is a key issue. We work with Korea. National spatial frameworks with Japan. SDG localization, that's with the G20 and Italy. Now, my invitation is also, if you work on housing, my invitation of good networking is that any of you, professionally, personally, should connect with one of these initiatives globally. Don't stay in your box, because you don't get a whole picture of what should go into housing policy frameworks. And we are glad because of the 4 issues are actually all crafted as global initiatives out of the new urban agenda. This is not, of course, national spatial frameworks were always done, but the global cooperation to drive national agendas, both in developed countries and developing ones, is only recently started. These initiatives are not running for 20, 30 years. They all started with the consensus reached of the new urban agenda. Your agencies, national agencies, are working with them. National urban policies, of course, relates to BAPINAS. National spatial frameworks to ATR. I said degree of urbanization. One of the countries piloting is Indonesia with BPS. They are very active. It's not yet the standard, it's piloting, because it's a very difficult transition, which also needs a lot of technology to make it happen. But BPS is working very hard on it to see how it can work in Indonesia. And SDG localization is, of course, a key issue also of Bappenas. So there are many ways to be connected to it. Next. And of course, that brings me to the whole picture of the SDGs, but I thought I put it last as a final point in this section. You all understand that all the SDGs are interrelated. You cannot just focus on 11.1 for adequate housing and basic services. It's all interconnected. And I end with this nice picture that we use for our housing advocacy. It's also all the SDGs need to be considered when talking about housing and housing development and housing improvement and housing technology. It's of course at the top, SDG 1, ending poverty, but it's that basis also of institutions, of working on sustainable environmental issues, etc., etc. Make sure you work in connection and not in isolation. Next. So my second section, I wanted to drill down a bit and explore with you a little bit what is the current thinking on leaving no one behind and what are the implications in relation to housing policies and housing debates. Next. In UN frameworks, of course, leaving no one behind was the commitment of member states when they proclaimed in 2015 the 2030 development agenda and the SDGs. The SDGs are goals and targets and indicators, but the overriding commitment is leaving no one behind, whether it is for communities in developed rich countries or countries in the Pacific which may disappear because of sea level rise. As in the analytical framework of this, there are usually mentioned 5 dimensions of finding out who is furthest left behind, discrimination, because of identity, ethnic, indigenous community, migrants, sexual orientation. Next, geography, because of location. Thank you. Geography, of course, you understand that as planners. Vulnerability to shocks. So who is vulnerable to conflict, climate shocks, or environmental shocks, but also vulnerability in terms of governance, exclusion in terms of governance, excluders because of laws, excluders because of institutional arrangements, not having access to voting, but also not having access to participation, and finally, social economic status. And then it's poverty. So we look at these 5 dimensions to focus on an understanding who is furthest left behind. Next. And I want to share with you a study that is still to be published that we did with the United Nations in Indonesia with the entire team of all the agencies. And it's a unique study. Very few of these have been done in the world. And with some amazing conclusions. First, study was possible because Indonesia has relatively good statistics and legacy of that. And it is based on the March 2020 SUSENAS statistics. I say March because that was before the pandemic. So there is no vulnerability issue here portrayed because of the shock of the pandemic. So these are more long-standing issues. And it's interesting, so the method was to look at all the SDGs again, or those SDG issues that could be found in SUSENAS indicators, and only those of which are not interdependent, as you need to do in statistics. For instance, you don't see SDG 6 on water and sanitation, because water and sanitation is interdependent with the measurement of slums. It's an element of slum measurement, so it's already in the SUSENAS measurement of adequate housing. And you see no house is measured in SDG 11. So there is a logic of of making sure that there is no interdependency in the indicators. Next. And this is, I jump very quickly, and this is the, let's say, the qualitative representation of the conclusion. By statistics of Susinas 2020 and a few of 2014, the question was, who in Indonesia is most vulnerable? Who is furthest left behind? Conclusions were disaggregated to rural and remote regions and urban and non-remote regions. It doesn't happen often in statistical studies, and I was very happy that the UN in Indonesia agreed to this. Of course, we know islands in East Indonesia have a very specific challenge, but other areas as well. So it was logical. And what came up in this statistic? See whether this works. This is the entire population, the gray area. Now, those in terms of economy most vulnerable, economic well-being, and that means in the bottom 5 or 10% that come out, according to that set of indicators, is a large group of women. 1 is a significant group of people with disabilities. 2 is a significant group of elderly. 3 and is a significant group of widows and widowers. All these groups show significant vulnerability, easily drop to the, in terms of economic well-being, to the bottom 5 or 10%. That doesn't mean that overall they are vulnerable, because then you look how many other issues lift them back up. Nonetheless, in rural areas, it was very clear that the group furthest left behind were not all women or not all widowers, but were elderly people with disability and being female. Women, female, disability. In rural areas, you can still easily drop down, these statistics say, when you just have a disability. It's not just, you don't need to be a woman, or you don't need to be widower. So it is not fully overlapping. So it's a fairly large group of people that come out as extremely vulnerable. Now, this you understand. Yeah, that is the picture we have from Eastern Indonesia, from poor, disadvantaged areas, large groups of vulnerable people. But mind you, the first thing comes up, and it is counterintuitive, and even my UN colleagues were shocked, was the importance of the group of elderly. The picture of Indonesia is a country of young people. Your statistics are now already showing that not children are the most vulnerable, but elderly people. They are now already showing it. You're not an aging country yet, but your statistics are clearly pointing in that direction. Now I go to the urban area. And the urban area, there the vulnerability of aging people is not yet that extreme. And I think you can understand that. That's the issues we have in developing countries. Working age people move from villages to cities, leave children behind, perhaps with grandpas and grandmas. It happens in Indonesia, it happens in Malaysia, it happens in China. And so rural areas, it's sometimes very tough on elderly people. But already in urban areas, now, in 2020, there is already a group of elderly people that in the statistics are identifiable as the most vulnerable. But I say at this point, it is still elderly, that the report explains that it's elderly who are women and widower and disadvantaged. So still an overlapping of categories. It's not yet that clear, but the trend has started. And I can guarantee by 2030, this wide area, you will see it grow. Aging has started. And it's very interesting because housing policies, you have to think over fairly long periods. You can't say I make a housing policy for the 2 years. Housing doesn't work like that. Housing policies are for a generation. And for that, you have to look at the statistics, at the basic trends. And so a key message comes up here. Next. And it was already actually visible in a report of UNDP on aging and working on the working age advantages in the economic development in Asia and the Pacific in 2014. If you look, Indonesia in 2014 was still portrayed as having that advantage of a large working age population. But you see, it was already moving in that direction. Indonesia was not sitting there anymore, 2014. So probably 2010 statistics. This is not so far from China or Thailand or Singapore. And in 30 years from now, you may be in the situation of Japan. Next. But I wanted to show that because that's one of the issues we do, is we have to look at complex issues of urbanization. And these are difficult issues. When I live in Japan, of course, where aging is an extremely challenging issue. But I want to connect two things here. Yesterday, I came with a high-speed train to Bandung. And I like taxi drivers in Japan because they are wearing white gloves. So what is the connection between a high-speed train and taxi drivers with white gloves? High-speed trains fast challenge agglomerations, economies of agglomerations. I was with a Japanese professor in the National Spatial Planning Program this week, and he made a comment on this new super high-speed linear train that Japan is building between Tokyo and Osaka. 600 kilometers per hour it will be. It will take 20 years to build. His statement was that it will expand metropolitan Tokyo to incorporate Nagoya. Because of a high-speed train, the metropolitan extent is expanding. I now think that Bandung now belongs to Jabotabek, your one agglomeration, because of your high-speed train. But he also said that because of aging in Japan, because of this fundamental demographic trend that is happening in the 21st century, that there is no other choice than super compact urban development. And the high-speed train is a part of that in building really highly connected city clusters and agglomerations, urban agglomerations. Because of aging, there is no choice. Distance cannot be sustained with declining and vulnerable populations. And that is on the train. So what has to do with the taxi driver? If you go in Japan, a taxi driver on average is 72 years old. I love them. Why? Nice. They were factory workers, blue-collar workers. And they changed to taxi jobs. That's why you can't get an Uber. No young people can drive around. No, 72 years old people drive taxis. The white gloves for me stand for the concept of dignity in work, dignity in labor. But in an aging society, that should also be possible when you're 72 years old or 78 years old. And we go to that kind of urban development. And it needs to be very compact, because if you are aging, you cannot do great distances. You want to do a working day of 4 hours, specific types of jobs. Highly compact cities are an absolute necessity. Perhaps it needs smaller houses. One of the things of Japan is that these taxi drivers really will not stay home because their flat measures 40 square meters. They cannot stay home. The dignity of housing, dignified housing, and dignified roles in the urban economy go together. You cannot disconnect your housing challenges with your urban challenges. And in between that sits an enormous challenge for the next generation for urban design. And that's my connection with the UN study that already shows aging is no problem for you yet. I don't overdo it. In rural development, yes. But in cities, you have to start thinking about now. What are the implications? And it's another reason to invest all efforts possible on compact cities, because there is no choice. So let me go next to a number of housing challenges. I start here with the typical housing, and a good one, an affordable housing policy, the example of Malaysia, the 2019 policy. And if you look at it, the key issue is that there is a massive undersupply, that the population, the GDP capita has gone up, as you see it, almost by 3 over 30 years, the housing prices by a factor 6. So housing in Malaysia is not affordable. And thus, there is inadequate housing because people are forced to live too far access. And a housing policy that came up, of course, when you are faced with 1 million houses, a shortage of that, you need a very focused policy. And it's really focused on supply, planning, unlocking gridlocks in a range of issues. So it needs a central authority. Data are very important, evidence-based policy making, control of housing price. I don't know how they will do it, what the detailed regulations are, etc. Land, construction, compliance, all these issues are coming into the housing supply. There's a question that I have when faced with these policies. Malaysia has a lot of good urban planning, but this is still a housing policy that stands in isolation because of a perceived or real problem of housing problems of affordability. And perhaps the issues of affordability are planning related, which is not entirely reflected here. But clearly, Malaysia has a challenge to produce houses. Next. I come back to the survey. Suppose that we would talk here, and that could very well come up today, that a policy objective of this government, the next one in Indonesia, would be to reduce housing inadequacy for the most vulnerable segments in the urban population. In the previous discussion, we said we have a methodology to identify vulnerable people. Now, I add to that here, comes out of the same studies of the kind of drivers. It has to do with the interrelationships between the various measurements. And they have an element of driving. And there are 4 interrelated vulnerabilities that associate very much with this core group of vulnerability. It's people with very low education easily drop down to that group. But people also have a systematic lack of access to technology, can't handle a mobile phone. Then health issues, health and mobility. Of course, it links to disability, but health issues are a real issue of people dropping down. And surprisingly, civic participation as a key driver of extreme vulnerability. It really surprises me because we have always worked, and you have stand with ETB and your legacy about participation and community development. But this study picks up that in contemporary Indonesia, if you lack civic participation, that means you cannot go to community meetings, you don't have access to your chamat office, etc. The things that are close to you. If you drop out of that, you are very easily dropping in extreme vulnerability. That may be because you sit in a wheelchair, or it may be because you are a migrant or belong to an ethnic group and you cannot really integrate. The other issues that so often come up in urban design don't play that much of a role. Jobs, food, having assets, health insurance, financial inclusion. In the Malaysia policy, financial inclusion was a key deliverable of that new agency under the policy law. But in Indonesia, if we would focus on the most vulnerable group, it's not a key issue, financial inclusion, and not political participation. Your voting rolls seem to be okay, not true in all countries. But that leads to interesting thinking. In modern development, we have these new concepts of doing research and development together, often with universities. Rather than rolling out a large program, while doing a program for development, we do it with a research setup with control groups, where you also monitor developments, but without the interventions. And so here could be a good question if you would like to do more slum upgrading in Indonesia, in Indonesian cities, or in the peri-urban areas of Indonesian cities, you should use studies like this to see whether additional interventions on health in urban design and in health support, additional interventions in civic participation and access to technology would indeed increase the opportunities of extremely vulnerable communities in order to move up out of extreme vulnerability. Don't worry about the other ones then, jobs, food, etc., because in the statistics they are not associated that strongly. You cannot use them as drivers. But that means if you do new housing developments, even as a local government, you must include community development activities of one and the same package, which is not always done anymore because it looks out old-fashioned. You need to include health, sports, and other activities, health screening, because these are drivers that make people drop down in vulnerability. And these lead to interesting concepts because you could do community development and housing initiatives by a local government and measure the validity of these assumptions that comes out of the national statistics by looking at control groups where you don't do it. And out of that, you may have good conclusions. Yeah, thank you. Next. And so, are we talking here specifically about developing countries, middle-income countries? No. The G7 has started an initiative to have yearly meetings of urban development ministers. That's new. They met in Japan, in Takamatsu in July, and it was only the second time last year in Germany. So a completely new initiative. Normally, urban development ministers don't talk to each other, really. Yeah, they have some political formats, but there's very little real collaboration internationally, and for sure not on setting policy agendas. Environment ministers do that, education ministers do that, health ministers do that. But urban development, that's new. Even them, they come together. I was there with the Minister of Urban Development of HUD of the United States, Germany, France, Italy, etc. For them, it's new to do that. But the agendas that they came up with are, I think, very interesting, and the communique is available online. So inclusive cities, the issue for the richest countries in the world, the richest countries in the world are leaving no one behind, responding to demographic change, of course, related to aging, accessible and barrier-free services, social integration, housing affordability, social entrepreneurship in communities and innovation, and comprehensive urban renewal. These are the challenges of the richest countries. But I think they are the challenges of everybody, especially also middle-income countries like Indonesia. And connected to that, the climate agenda, the net zero and the resilience agenda. Green and blue spaces. Blue spaces very strongly stressed because of the Montreal Convention of the biodiversity COPs. Biodiversity in cities, as I mentioned, again, compact cities, public transport, walkability, energy security and energy affordability, net zero buildings and building life cycles, net zero building life cycles, and nature-based solutions. I show this to mention, I think their problems are also your problems. And many things that came out of the statistics of the SUSENAS that I discussed with you are not very far of what these G7 ministers are discussing. These are coming genuine global agendas. Next. So I go very quickly to what we do as UN Habitat. You have a glance for it. We work on these various issues also in the regional office. We work, of course, on very, very strongly on participation on that issue of working with most vulnerable communities. And I do this very quickly. And there are a number of brochures on the table. And for students here, you are most welcome to apply as interns in UN Habitat Europe or in our country offices across Asia for a very interesting experience. Next. 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 Yeah, you get a glance of it. We are present in 17 countries and almost all LDCs in Asia Pacific. Unfortunately, not in Indonesia. We don't have an office. You had a fantastic role for the creation of the new urban agenda, but presence here fell off. Next. What we do under our strategic plan, this is our office in Fukuoka, a nice green building, by the way, is to work on 4 areas. Next. On better places, the basic issues of housing, sanitation, affordable public spaces, sustainable communities. Next. On sharing prosperity, that is on all these issues of the new urban agenda, on city prosperity, urban governance, municipal finance, innovation, of course, smart cities. Next. Half of our work compared to very little 15 years ago has to do with environment and climate change. We have a large range of adaptation programs in at least 9 countries in Asia Pacific. Climate adaptation, resilience, of course, also waste management, air quality and related issues. And finally, we work still where it's needed, always on crisis, after natural disasters and in crisis and conflict countries. And it has to do on many of the inclusion issues, the issues in what we call the humanitarian development nexus and the peace development nexus. Next. So I conclude with a few messages on housing. Just the final messages, but I think I got it and they come up. I will share the presentation next. So please keep in mind the housing emergencies, unaffordable homeless. Next one. Decarbonizing housing, energy efficiency, nature-based solutions, green building. Inclusive housing, I think we explained it at length in the presentation. Next. The whole health and safety issue, it's becoming so important. And I think we also explained that in the why that comes up so importantly in the world. And finally, yeah, the core issue, of course, of access to services, but that includes transport and livability. That's about the Housing Matters campaign. We started with this resolution on affordable housing for all. So we take a lot of effort in communicating these housing issues on the global agenda, in global meetings, in regional meetings. COVID has brought it to the attention of politicians and policymakers, but it's our job to keep it there. Thank you.
For the valuable lecture we have from Mr. Bruno Delcon. First of all, we agree with you, Mr. Bruno, that housing and urban planning topic is quite difficult. There are so many aspects, there are so many issues, challenges you have presented, and not only global perspective. We thank you that you address many problems specific for Indonesia. So that is in global issue that there are many groups of vulnerable people, including the elderly, women, disabilities. But in Indonesia, must not be the priorities. Yeah, not must be the vulnerable issues. Yeah, because Indonesia has specific problems. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, respected participants, now we have about 10 minutes to 15 minutes for question and answer. 10 minutes, okay, thank you. 10 minutes for question and answer and discussion session. So we welcome your question to Mr. Bruno or opinion, also welcome. Ibu Anissa? Okay, that is from me as moderator. Mr. Bruno, you have mentioned about the most left behind groups, yeah, and including already mentioned before the elderly, the woman, the widow, the disabilities. That is new information for us. Previously, we know that the poor, the low income people, and nowadays we are facing the housing for the millennials, etc. What is your opinion about that? Is that still relevant in Indonesia, or we should go to another vulnerable groups like the elderly? Or how about the poor and low income groups in so many metropolitans and big cities in Indonesia?
Well, I'm sure that, and that will come out in the statistical study, these are poor people. But not all people are furthest left behind. That is the point. If you have limited resources, you need to make choices. Secondly, when you deal with housing, and that was the message I tried to convey, you have to think in the long term. That is, when you make now housing for the poor, you better make that barrier free, because in 30 years, it will need to serve as housing for vulnerable elderly people. You need to make policy decisions now because they will affect how you can deal with social issues in the future. For instance, health is important. Yeah, in the best development programs also on housing, the ADB published recently a very nice book on innovative programs of the ADB. One was in Tamil Nadu in India on housing. That example was included, and it was spot on. It was a multi-level housing program, not slum upgrading. Tamil Nadu has a long record of building housing complexes. The whole issue of the program was that it was really focused on civic integration, on community engagement, and on health issues. So somehow the same issue was picked up already in that program. My other message was that that group that I identified in that picture of the statistical study is currently still small. So today you focus on larger group of poor people, and you have also an economic motive. Young workers coming from rural areas to Bandung, or young families in general, second generation people, still in the bottom 30, 40%. Of course, just as in Malaysia, you need to have programs for affordable housing. But somehow you need to use your statistics and the concept of leaving no one behind in the right way, because your statistics are now already pointing that in 20 years from now, you will have new issues. If you only start to build for that 20 years from now, you're too late. So better start to incorporate these issues now. Same is true with health. Health issues need to be addressed now in communities for healthy living, the space for that, the integration, the programs, the connection with health programs. They're now, because bad health, like diabetes, etc., will only show in 10 or 20 years from now. Housing needs that approach to look forward in what the trends will be, what the need will be over a longer term.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno, for the answer. So Indonesia need to have many considerations to formulate its housing policy and strategy, not only for poor and low-income people. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we again will welcome you for okay. From okay, we will read the question from online meeting. Hello, Mr. Bruno. I have a question for you regarding the early stage of Indonesian aging population. What is the what is the earliest year we reach at that situation, and what could be the most critical issue emerge during that situation? What should we prioritize in terms of housing for elderly and disabled people? Thank you. From Mr. Doni Trihandono. Please.
Yes. Thank you. I expand on my previous answer. Of course, I guess Indonesia, and what I hear you also doing, you need a program as Malaysia in which you address acute housing shortages of supply. Yeah, the number of houses that are produced in Indonesia are not enough. But if you would build them 50 kilometers from the city without the connectivity, the public transport, health facilities, etc., you will have an issue. When they are not barrier-free, you will have an issue, including the climate footprint of that housing. If you need to regenerate, change, renovate all your housing investments now, already in 20 years from now, it's a high cost. So how can you incorporate that in planning? That is the question. When will it come up? My message only now, and we are among academics, you don't have to make policy decisions today. You're academics. You're working to look in the future. My message today is the statistics already show that issue of vulnerability now. It's not a question of when, it's already there. but of course, not yet in an amount that it is an acute political challenge today. But as academics, you need to start looking into it.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Again, we welcome you for the question and opinion in this session. No? Okay, Mr. Mrs. Ilham Dania.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Jansa Sipagan and Dr. Bruno. Yeah, I would like to ask a question pertinent to your presentation regarding to aging population and housing. Again, I believe that not many of us here in Indonesia realize the emerging trends there in the future about this aging population and housing. I believe that when I try to introduce the housing for elderly population in my university, they tell that, according to Indonesian culture, sorry, it's not. I choke on my. Can I have? Sorry about this. Oh iya, terima kasih. According to Indonesian culture, that it's not really appropriate to send elderly to the elderly housing. So the option is to incorporate the elderly living together with the whole family member. So what is your suggestion or your forecast regarding to this culture for keeping or taking care of elderly population instead of just sending the elderly population of Indonesia to the elderly housing for them to live like independently? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've created more of a stir than I expected with starting to talk about aging. But I also talked about super compactness. So please think as planners. I'm not a demographer. I'm not a medical specialist. I'm a planner. So my message was actually about super compactness. Now, coming to your point, I can only share an experience. A country, my own country, Belgium, for that I know the statistics. Only 5% of the elderly population live in elderly homes. 95% stay and live in their house in the community, even when they are 85. Most elderly people only move in their final 2 or 3 years to an elderly home. That is a very advanced and aging country. You're not yet there in any way, so don't worry, yeah? But my message is, yes, communities, but also the issue of subcompactness. Yeah, that was a key message that I tried to bring to you, not because I like compact cities, because I think in urban design they are beautiful, but because your statistics tell something that I have to look at that. That was my message. It's not because I tell so, it's your statistics telling so that I need to put it in my mind already for Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Thank you, everyone, for the question and answer from Mr. Bruno. We now ending our discussion session. And now I'm going to make some notes. First of all, regarding the housing for the elderly, because that is very interesting topics. We are in architecture department. We have many projects regarding that topics, but not as government program. In property business, apartment for the elderly, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very valuable discussion, a very valuable presentation from Mr. Bruno. We know that the slums in Indonesia is going up, and although the slum population percentage goes down, but the slum population number still goes up and still a challenge in Indonesia. Although so many formulation, the right of everyone to an adequate shelter, no one left behind, leave no one behind, housing for all, etc., already stated and formulated in global institutional, global agency like UN Habitat. But adequate and affordable housing policy framework still in need, especially in Indonesia case. So it is the challenge for us, including in academic uh, arena and development practice arena, to hand in hand to develop our housing and policy framework, including the strategy, learning from many countries, yeah, regarding the urban resilience, urban property, urban, the wider aspects of urban finance, etc., to address and overcome many problems in housing and urban development issue. Because again, I quote this, yeah, housing is one of difficult subject, and in policy one of the most complex public policy arena. Thank you everyone, and thank you Mr. Bruno for the presentation. We give applause to Mr. Bruno.
Once again, we thank you, Mr. Bruno, for the very insightful sharing session. So now, as a token of appreciation, the committee has a little bit of something to present to you.
The merchandise will be delivered by Mr. Aswin. So I would like to invite Mr. Aswin for the organizing committee. You might want to take the pictures of our speaker. Okay, let's give applause to Mr. Bruno. Thank you for sharing your expertise today with us. Yeah, I believe I'll give the session back to our moderator, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the next session. We have 3 invited speakers for this session, and every speakers will make about 20 minutes presentation. And at the end of this session, we will have again question and answer session and discussion. For the first invited speaker, we welcome Dr. Insinyur Haji Khalawi Abdul Hamid. He is the head of agency. He is the head of Human Resource Development Agency of Public Works and Housing in Indonesia. First of all, I would like to introduce this presenter. Mr. Halawi had education in 1989, Bachelor of Civil Engineering from University of Gadjah Mada. In 1999, Master of Science Construction Management from University Technology Malaysia. 2001, Master of Management from Universitas Putra Indonesia. And 2018, Doctor of Civil Engineering from Universitas Tarumanegara. His working experience began from 2014 as Deputy Formal of Housing at Ministry of Public Works and Housing. 2015 to 2017 as Senior Advisor to the Minister on Technology, Industry and Environment at Ministry of Public Works and Housing. 2017 to 2021, he was appointed as Directorate General of Housing Supply at Ministry of Public Works and Housing. And 2021, tourism as head of the Human Resource Development Agency at the Ministry of Public Works and Housing. And 2021 tourism, he also gave lecture at Universitas Sriwijaya and Universitas Andalas. Now we are listening to the presentation from Dr. Insinyur Halawi. We welcome you, Pak Halawi. The title of his presentation is Human Resources Development for Public Housing Supply. Time and floor is yours.
Halo, morning.
Pak Halawi.
Ya, oh, ini ada gangguan internet ini. Thank you. Sorry.
Oke.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Halo, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. First of all, thanks for inviting speaker and giving me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Halawi, Head of Human Resources Development Agency, Ministry of Public Work and Housing. This session, we talk about human resources development for public housing supply. Human resources development is a requirement for achieving targets and ensuring the desired quality of infrastructure development include for public housing supply. Indonesia have several main targets to achieve in 2045 that have been planned in the RPJPN 2020-2045. The targets are for housing, household with access to decent, affordable, and sustainable housing. Our target is to have 100% of households with access to decent, affordable and sustainable housing in 2040, while our baseline in 2022 is 60.6% and expected in 2025 at 65%. Achieve such as a goal is not impossible, but it is also not easy to do due to the housing sector issue, including a backlog of 12.71 million housing units. National policy in the housing sector and settlement area cover capacity building policy, which covers human resources capacity, organization, and budget. So the problem in housing sector are government programs activities did not serve all society segmentation, primarily the low-income class and informal sector workers. So second, lack of supervision to ensure building reliability and conformity to spatial layout, and integration between housing provision and infrastructure, especially in urban area, is not optimal yet. Unstabilized primary and secondary housing financial markets. So ineffective land use and management for housing, like land availability, urban sprawl, and residential security. And the prevention and alleviation of slum settlement has not been carried out in an integrated manner. So in limited authority of local governments, especially for low-income households. In realizing the previously outlined national policy objective, the role of regional government is significant in housing development. The central government's intervention in the housing sector, namely providing assistance to regional governments in creating programs according to the challenge and needs to solve the problems of the housing sector and residential area, so that the competency development target in the housing sector does not only focus on central state apparatus, ASN central, but also on regional state apparatus, local ASN. Why human resource development of PUPR required a new strategy? So the first strategic issue is of human resources development, global human resources challenge, and the needs for smart RSN, and the need to improve the quality of education and talent management, the merit system. So the need for skill and expert human resources and competency mismatch of master's education program graduates with PUPR needs, and transformation of education and training to development competency. The second strategic issue of human resource agency target of fulfillment of vocational human resources needs about 44,000 BNS 22,000 and non 20,000. Human Resources Competency Development Index. Solving the complexity of the shared housing problem will inevitably impact the needs for a massive increase in competency fulfillment. PUPR Cooperative University serve as a strategy to overcome the gap between task and function of the organization with the human resources competency of PUPR, especially in the housing sector. The ministry currently in the process of establishing in a corporate university. Corporate university as an overlapping body between human resources development agency and organization units. Also saw corporate university role to bridge the gap between task and function of the organization with the human resources competency of PUPR, especially in the housing sector. Specifically in the housing sector, Human Resources Development Agency has carried out competency development by doing technical training, both tired and non-tired. The training is arranged based on the main task and function of the housing sector, and also the ASN competency standard in PUPR. Some of the training that has been planned by Human Resources Development Agency can be found in the Grand Design for Housing Sector Competency Development. So the government is committed to always collaborating with stakeholders in housing sector to accelerate the number of competency development and certification for civil servants and work partners. So I'm sorry because I have to fly to Surabaya, no, so I can participate until it's finished. Later, my representative, Mr. Rizky Pangilangin, will take part in the discussion session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You're welcome, Mr. Khalawi. We will continue the presentation with another person from Public Work and Housing Ministry. Well, we now go to the second invited speaker. She is Mrs. So Kyung Pang from Singapore. I would like to introduce Mrs. So Kyung Pang has education as in 1984, Bachelor from National University of Singapore, 1989, PhD degree in economics from Harvard University. Her working experience starts from 2012 as visiting professor program, School of Business, Economic and Law, University of Gothenburg, Sweden, and 2015 as Vice Provost of Faculty Matters, Office of the Provost, SMU, and 2020 to 2023 as Program Director, Growing Infrastructure Executive Program, jointly organized by SMU, Infrastructure Asia, and the World Bank at Singapore office for government officials from countries in Southeast Asia and South Asia. And since 2014 up to recent, as Celia Muhammad Chair Professor of Economics, SMU. She has also many publications. For example, in 2022, titled Price Cap Regulation of Infrastructure. in infrastructure, economics, and policy, international perspective, edited by Jose Gomez Ibanez and Z. Liu, Cambridge. MA, Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, page 285 to 309. And in 2021, the title of her publication is Housing Equity and Household Consumption in Retirement, Evidence from the Singapore Leaf Panel, with L. Chan, L. Jiang, and GU, New Zealand Economic Papers. And 2018, the title is Policy Innovation for Affordable Housing in Singapore, from Colony to Global City, Cham, Switzerland, Pelgrave Macmillan. 2013, Housing Finance Systems, Market Failures and Government Failures, Washington, UK, Pelgrave Macmillan. Field of her expertise is around urban economics, housing and transport economics, and policy, economics of regulation and competition law. So our invited speakers has qualified experience, including publication and working experience. The title is Urban and Affordable Housing in Singapore. Now we welcome Mrs. Sok Yong Pang.
Singapore is a city-sized country. Singapore is a city-sized country with a land area of just 700 square kilometers. So besides having to accommodate 6 million people, it must also find space for all the requirements of a normal functioning country, which includes commercial industrial areas, ports, airports, military installations, water catchment, and parks. This context explains the need for innovative policy solutions to deal with land scarcity. Up to the 1970s, Singapore faced a critical housing shortage. A large segment of the population lived in crowded shophouses, squatter settlements, and rural villages. Singapore has since transformed into a high-density city and has become known for evolving a public housing home ownership model that works. So how did this come about? Well, first of all, since independence, housing affordability has always been near the top of the national agenda. Prime ministers, past and present, often use the National Day rally occasion to announce housing plans and new policy directions. When our Prime Minister addressed the nation this year, he stated, and I quote here, "Our problem is not finding the space to build enough flats, nor keeping homes affordable for Singaporeans. We know how to do that." This confidence has come about after 6 decades of experimenting with policy solutions as housing challenges evolve. Let me elaborate using the Affordable Housing Institute's 2-value chain 16 links model. If any link in the value chain for the supply of affordable housing is not performing well, this will affect housing affordability. I find this to be a helpful diagnostic tool to identify the bottlenecks and to arrive at solutions. In 1950 Singapore, all the links were not working well. To address the multiple problems, the government intervened systematically in all the areas. This diagram represents a housing system that was developed by the late 1960s. It had the Housing and Development Board, a government agency, perform almost all the functions. 14 of the 16 links are the responsibility of the HDB. The 2 non-HDB links, the infrastructure and housing mortgage finance, were undertaken by other government agencies. So there's very little PPP there. Okay? The HDB was established in 1960 to provide housing for low-income households. Over time, the government raised the income ceiling for eligibility to also meet the needs of the middle and upper middle income. So it was able to scale up from low-income housing to middle income housing and above. Today, 73% of the housing stock in Singapore have been developed by the HDB. The medium-sized house type is a 4-room HDB flat, about 90 square meters, with a medium market price of about $350,000 US. In its role as the largest housing developer, HDB became the construction sector ecosystem leader. In the early days, it was responsible for the entire supply chain: land acquisition, resettlement, architectural design, engineering works, landscaping, R&D, flat allocation, provision of parking, retail, commercial and recreational facilities, as well as estate management. It also provided mortgage loans to buyers of HDB flats, both new and resale, becoming by the 1990s Singapore's largest housing bank. The HDB, however, contracts out construction to the private sector contractors. It helped the industry by producing and maintaining stockpiles of building materials. It provided heavy-duty construction equipment for lease, invested in modular metal forms and rented them to contractors for precasting, and generally worked to raise productivity and to enhance expertise and professionalism of the construction sector. The government also established state-owned enterprises, such as the RDC, to carry out commercial roles the private sector at that time could not perform at required scale. Through state-owned enterprises, it ensured adequate supply of construction materials, developed prefab technologies, and worked with subcontractors. Acquiring land for HDB housing was a huge challenge, as affected owners and squatters often appealed to the courts against acquisition. In 1965, when Singapore became an independent country, Parliament adopted all the provisions of the Malaysian Constitution, with one exception: it omitted the right to property. The Land Acquisition Act was passed in 1966, and it gave the state broad powers to acquire land for any public, residential, industrial, commercial purposes without appeal to the courts. A 1973 amendment fixed compensation independent of market conditions. And until 2007, compensations for acquired land were not at current market values, but at prices prevailing on a prescribed statutory date in the past, or the market value, whichever was lower. The government's view was that there was no reason why private landowners should profit from an increase in land value brought about by economic development and the infrastructure paid for with public funds. Home ownership was considered superior to a rental public housing model for social, political, and economic reasons. In 1964, HDB started its home ownership program. As initial demand was not strong, the government transformed the Central Provident Fund meant for retirement financing into a housing provident fund in 1968. Employees and employers had to make substantial compulsory savings contributions to the employee's account in the CPF. Savings could be withdrawn for down payment and mortgage payments for housing purchase, but cannot be used for rental payments. Payments for mortgage loans are debited directly from the CPF accounts to mortgage lenders, thus reducing default risk. Since the 1990s, the system has evolved to allow for greater private participation. The HDB resale market was deregulated. Trunk infrastructure sectors have been privatized, and estate management decentralized to town councils. For better coordination, governance, and transparency, the Urban Redevelopment Authority became a separate land use planning authority. Land acquisition became the responsibility of the Singapore Land Authority. The HDB's architecture design and town planning functions were devolved to form a project consultancy, Sabana Jurong. Under the URA, land use planning underwent a process reform in the 1990s. Instead of being a passive plan, the master plan became a strategic vision for the future of an area. planners will propose zoning changes and maximum densities for future land uses. And these proposals provide forward guidance to the private sector to undertake redevelopment. The government is a main supplier of land in Singapore. Under its land sales program, land is sold on long-term leases to private developers. The Land Authority releases a sales program every 6 months. The specific location of the sites selected are a crucial lever in helping to push specific spatial planning objectives. Most sites are sold with clearly defined land use parameters and development intensity written into the land title. The successful bidder then designs and builds developments while abiding by planning rules and regulations and stipulated deadlines for project completion. Most sites are sold through a closed tender, although other methods are also used. Government land sales include sales of land leases to developers of upper middle income housing. The household monthly income ceiling for the executive condominium scheme is higher than the HDB's income ceiling. The private developer designs, prices, and markets the development to eligible buyers. The development becomes private housing in phases. After 5 years of occupancy, the housing can be sold to Singaporeans and permanent residents. After 10 years, it can be sold to foreigners as well and becomes the equivalent of private sector condominiums. I have spoken mainly about supply-side interventions. Global mobility and globalization has reshaped housing policies in the last decade, with the need for demand-side interventions to mitigate investment in speculative purchases. Demand-side policies include strict restrictions on eligibility for different market segments, macro-prudential regulations, and progressive property tax rates. If you'd like to know more about these policies, these are some references that you might find useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pang. And now we go to the third invited speakers. She is Professor Himasari Hanan. We welcome you, Professor Himasari Hanan. Before Professor Himasari make her presentation, I would like to introduce Professor Himasari curriculum vitae. Her field of expertise is on tradition and modernization in Indonesian vernacular houses, Southeast Asian houses, expanding tradition, show selection, USA Incorporation, 2017. Sorry. Her field of expertise is about theory of architecture and urban design, history of modern and urban architecture, urban studies, creative industries, vernacular architecture, and culture. Professor Himasari has had education in 1980 as Bachelor from Institut Teknologi Bandung, 1987 Master from Catholic University Leuven, Belgium, 1998 and 1996 Doctor from Universität Gesamthochschule Kassel, Germany. And she has also many working experiences from 2001 to 2007 as head of Department of Architecture, ITB, 2007 to 2020, member of Academic Senate of School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development (ITB). 2007 to 2013, Head of Research Group, Architectural History, Theory and Criticism. 2007 to 2018, as Head Academic Committee of Master Program of Architecture (ITB). And 2008 to 2013, as the member Academic Committee of Master Program of Urban Design (ITB). In 2008 to 2019, as member Research Committee LPPM (ITB). And 2013 to 2016, as member Academic Committee of Master Program of Landscape Architecture (ITB). From 2014 to 2016, as Head Academic Committee of Undergraduate, Master, and Doctorate Program of Architecture (ITB). Her last publication in 2017. The title is Tradition and Modernization in Indonesian Vernacular Houses, Southeast Asian Houses, Expanding Tradition in Soul Selection, USA Incorporation, 2017, page 25 to 44. Now, we welcome you, Professor Himasari, to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Jihan. Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to the Department of Architecture. And today we have an interesting conference on habitation. And this time I would like to discuss about the family and community values in sustaining the dwelling place. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, I would like to start the presentation by these opening remarks or opening statements. Human settlements comprises dwellings that are built to meet human needs and to accommodate the values, economies, and ways of living of the people that produce them. To strive for sustainable human settlements is not reducing this richness and diversity of family and community values by regarding simply physical processes of building the dwelling places. So this is the this is the opening statement that I would like to raise to all of you, the audience, to remind us all that human settlements is actually to accommodate our needs, our living needs, actually. Next, please. So that's why I would start. To illustrate how the dwelling is happening already since in the traditional settlements. In traditional settlements, variations in social form is reflected in the built form of dwellings and settlements. The unity of the extended families is affirmed by the enclosure of dwellings within a single fence perimeter, which is accessible by a single gate. So the remarkable coordination and solidarity of the families in occupying the place and in managing productive affairs is revealed by the singularity of facilities such as the hearth, toilet, bath, granary, and shrine. So on the other hand, the dwellings are comprised of the openness and flexibility of interior space with a veranda surrounding the central open space. So this statement actually indicates that a settlement is actually accommodating or expressing the social values, the social norms, what is happening in the society. So the physical form or the physical appearance is only an expression of that. Next, please. So the clustering, for example, for the other type of living together, the clustering of related nuclear families into a single multi-family dwellings is the characteristic of the long houses in West Kalimantan. The ties that relate multi-families are complex and involving decent trace relationship through both parents and in-laws. So although the building is quite simple, it's one single buildings, but it consists many families which is constructed or which is built up from a very complex social relations among the inhabitants. The succession of lifespan events, birth, deaths, and marriages constitutes the developmental cycles of dwelling. So the physical appearance of dwellings actually shows that there is a succession of lifespan events in the building. The dwelling may shift in form, in size, and in position to accommodate different stages in the development cycle, with the architecture of the dwellings emerge incrementally. So architecture is a very organic things. They grows with the families of growing of the inhabitants. The next, please. The domestic environment is conceptualized as a home and becomes the focus of the family life in space and time. So space, time, and people are interrelated with social values of age relations, status relations, and abstract values on privacy and community life. People's stage in the life cycle greatly influence their role and perception in the home. So sleeping, socializing, and eating take place in one space. The next, please. An integral and social part of inhabitants' daily life is sitting outside the house on the front path to socialize with the neighbors. So the life outside the house and life with the community is an essential part of the domestic life, as well as activities within the space of the house. So there is no difference between outside and inside the building, actually, because the domestic life is in the cosmos or in the nature. So everything is connected each other, outside or inside, personal life, social life, community life, children, elderly, adults, is everything is mixed together, creating there is the domestic life. The next, please. So that was the traditional context. So I try to study, or we try to study further what is happening in a different setting. For example, in urban kampung. And one example of that is the urban kampung in Yogyakarta. The domestic routines allow inhabitants to schedule place and time for eating, sleeping, cleaning, playing, and socializing. However, the order in which activities occur, by whom, as well as for whom, and with whom, and at what time of day or night, are part of the socially constructed reality. So the way we organize activities inside the home, inside the house, or outside the house is actually socially constructed. It relates to the social norms, to the community life, and to the family life. Okay. So another examples that to feel at home is activated by all movements of daily life to and from the dwelling and to and from views outside. Through the repetition of daily movements, the dwelling place is internalized. Front bench and veranda in urban dwellings continue the social part of daily life in the domestic environment. So when in a traditional context, we show that front bench or sitting outside the house is daily activity, daily routines, but in the urban area, this continue to happen. The intermediate space in urban houses is an essential component for the enculturation process of habitation by which people learn community values. The next, please. So the dwelling place in the neighborhood of Kraton Yogyakarta, as an example, represents a common focus for the formation of the community that commit themselves in sustaining the tradition and social behavior in Japanese culture. The collective or communal activities in the dwelling place involve both men and women groups. As we know that gender plays a great role in a traditional settlement. So here in the modern days, this grouping of society is still working in the urban areas. This involvement of different groups create the sense of social belonging. Each group has a specific role, depends on the conditions of the work needed for the events. The community values are continued through shared activities of ritual ceremonies, which are specially structured following higher levels of social organization. The next, please. So the next situation, we study further what is happening among our millennials for the meaning of domestic life. So we compare from the traditional context to the urban kampung, and the next we study how is the perception of our millennials about domestic life. This survey is done in Jakarta, Bandung, Surabaya. It comprises around 500 respondents. So the left side is more disagree statement, and the right side is the agree statement. So among the millennials, which is around 20 to 40 years old, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and about food consumption or food preparation is being asked. And the results indicated that the preparation and consumption of food is still a primary component of the daily life of the millennials. Most millennials tend to have breakfast and dinner at home, yet to have lunch not at home. So there is already a big little shift that lunch, because of the working activities or the studying activities, I think. So lunch is already taken outside the house. The presence of digital technology has shifted the conventional process of food preparation at home into a more practical one by ordering ready food via apps online, yet they consume it at home. Next. The next indication is that for the existence of a dining room at home, so most of the respondents indicating that they need or they agreed that a dining room is an important part of a house. They need dining room for a domestic life in the house. And cooking and dining in the kitchen
they are agree that cooking and dining should be undertaken also in the kitchen. So there is no need to clearly separating cooking and dining in the kitchen. So it means that preparation and food consumption, it is considered as a one event in the domestic life. But cooking, dining, and working in the kitchen is still not their preferences. They don't consider that kitchen is the right place for doing anything together besides cooking and dining. So the conception of food consumption and food preparation is not farther than what we have in a traditional context and in the urban kampung. Food consumption is an essential part in the domestic life that convey the social cultural behavior since the traditional context. Cooking and eating are daily routines as well as essential familial events. The expansion of eating and cooking activities with other activities has not yet occurred. The next, please. And the next information is that the millennials tend to agree or tend to behave that eating out is an entertainment and gathering with friends or relatives is important. But social interaction with relatives online is not expected, or they are not doing that. So the replacement of food consumption at home by eating out is to represent the new lifestyle and the new meaning of food consumption as social events and daily routine. So food consumption has another dimension as a social events and still a daily routine. And the awareness of alternative social life and of the external facilities associated with it, without being conscious of sustaining the pre-existed family and community values since 100 years before among the traditional society with our cultural behavior that food consumption, food preparation comprising the important size of domestic life. The next, please. The other questions is that we are surveying whether the millennials are still living with parents or still consider that living with parents are important. They are still considering that living with parents is important. So that's the question of during the keynote speaker, that the elderly is, or the younger consider is not polite, that we separated our life with the elderly or with our parents. It's still valid among the millennials. That as a family, or parents and children, they are belong together as a social unit. So they are not to be considered as a different social unit or a different family structure. And they are still considering that visiting parents regularly is an important. So the physical transformation of a dwelling place occur. However, millennials' consciousness about the domestic life take place within an autonomous and emotionally charged meaning system built up by cultural and intersubjective tradition. The millennials' concept of a home is the expression of their culture and the framework within which they experience culture as it is activated by the connection to the family and to the community. The next, please. And as a conclusion, I would say that the contemporary domestic life has increased activities outside the dwellings, which inevitably affects the amount of time spent at home and change the daily routines and the social relations implied by the routines. But eating at home and interacting with the family and the community in the neighborhood continue to play a significant role in upholding the sense of belonging to a dwelling place. Therefore, everyday rootedness to a dwelling place is supposed to be the key approach to make the dwelling place sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Himasari. Now we have had 3 invited speakers for this first session, Mr. Halawi, Mrs. Pang, and Professor Himasari. And now, before we go to the question and answer discussion, I would like to make some notes here. Very interesting presentation from Professor Himasari. Talking about housing and settlement is not only about physical development. Family and community values is very important, very vital in sustaining the dwelling place. Houses grow in line with their inhabitants. It is challenging how to develop urban housing, especially in line with the family and community values based on its development in traditional kampungs, and we can say it as the transition in urban kampungs area. And from Ms. Pang from Singapore, we heard that so many agencies, institutions were developed in Singapore to keeping housing for Singaporean. Yeah. Even since a long time before, since 1970, Housing and Development Board has already established in Singapore and continued with the Land Acquisition Act and Central Provident Fund in 66 and 1968. And then the system has evolved in 1998, in 1990, and up to now, so that the Singapore has a big and strong capacity to develop so many aspects related to housing and, example, the Jurong Massive or Jurong redevelopment projects. We can see that the project looks similar with the many property project in Jakarta, but after we learn from this presentation, the project in Singapore really keeping housing for Singaporean. The first presenter, uh, 100% in 2045. So there will be so many programs from Ministry of Public Work and Housing, including public housing in 10 metropolitan self-help housing that address the building quality, but the problems is quite challenging. How to overcome the slums area and how to develop the self-help housing based on the community development. So from now to 2045, Ministry of Public Work and Housing will face so many challenges as in line with the rapid urbanization in those 10 metropolitans and other new metropolitans. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the question and answer and discussion session. We welcome you from this room and from Zoom meeting room. If you have now the question, you may raise the hand, and if not, we will go to the Zoom meeting. I saw the question, some more than one question. Okay, this is again from Mr. Doni Trihandono. Thank you, Mr. Doni. Thank you. Thank you for very informative presentation, Professor Himasari. I would like to know about your position related to persons that are displaced from their root or family. How could they meet a new value or the living environment? This is the question to Professor Himasari. We welcome you to answer this.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Pak Dodi. Although it is not very clear what does it mean by displaced from their root or family, but in our culture, we always have a big family. A family doesn't mean as a blood-related connection between people. So we have a lot of stories about how do you say that, Bapak Angkat or Bapak Asuh or Anak Asuh. And so some expression that when we come from the same kampung or from the same street, then we are all family, for example. So the meaning of family in our culture is very broad and very loose and very friendly, actually. Sometimes we met people at the terminal or in the bus or in the public transport, and suddenly we are family, or we are very, very close each other. So that's why, what does it mean from uprooted from the family? So the family here could be a very, very broad meaning. So when you are very friendly or very near or close related or sympathy to the other person, you could consider that the other person is also our family. But here, what is important is the routines, the daily routines. The message is daily routines should be considered or should be taken into consideration. That is the important thing to build up a sense of belonging, a sense of community, a sense of family, and a sense of sustaining our settlements or our dwelling place. So sustainability could not be realized automatically or spontaneously. It needs a conditioning situation, which is everyday life, daily routine. That's the way our forefathers, that's the way our society in 100 years ago already think about that. They build up the group of people. They train the younger generation. They create a social organization made for all of that to maintain the unity, the living together, the sense of belonging to the group, to the community, to the dwelling place, and to the settlements. Without this training, the sustainability or the existing or the sense of belonging would not be automatically be there. So that will be the message. It's not important in with which family or which group of friends or which group of people, what kind of social organization should we now reinterpret of our living together. But what is important is exploring or exploiting the daily routine as a mode or as a way, as an entry point to make our environment sustainable. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Himasari. That is very interesting. I check. Is that why in certain eviction projects or eviction uh, something have to be done to clearance the slums area, usually come from government, sometimes make it hard to the people to face the eviction. Can you explain it?
Yeah. That's how do you say that? That's the techniques or the methods of communicating with the people. Maybe that is lacking among the government officials or the organization who is doing the slum clearance and so on. Because communication is very important actually for our people. The way what we should learn is actually the way we communicate with other people. That should we elaborate or make it more advanced, make it more how do you say appropriate. We forget that as if communication is nothing or is not exist. But the crucial point is communication actually. There are many ways how to communicate, and that is what is happening at home as the children looks at the behavior of the parents. That's also a way of communication. Communication must not be oral, only oral communication, but through the behavior. And that is quite lacking. What is our officials or what is our leader? They don't show maybe any how do you say that? Educational behavior. That's why we never learn. How is the better attitude? How is the better way of doing things? That's my answer.
Thank you, Professor. Although in slums and crowded settlements, the family and community values and character still grow, yeah? And so the government should make communication so that the family values and community. This question from Amanda Magdareta. Thank you for a very insightful information, Professor Himasari. I would like to ask a question. For condition like COVID-19 that bring an enormous change to people's social behavior inside their dwelling place, do you think this kind of condition can change the physical aspect of traditional houses that has been built by 100 years of social culture? Please.
Okay. Yeah, that's a challenge question. The pandemic is causing that we are afraid of living together in an interior space or living together inside a space. I suppose I interpret your question is in that sense, yeah? That living inside the house is dangerous in a situation such as COVID-19. When we understand the traditional houses, a house is not for everyone to live in. It's only for the elderly. It's only for the parents or the children. The younger generation is live outside. especially in the Minang society, in the Batak society, in the Sumatra, or in outside Java. They live outside. They live in surau. They live in a common house. They live in granary and veranda outside the house. So actually they are already sensitive that not they have a small house. Traditional house is not a big house. It's quite small, maybe around 20 square meters, around 20, 30 square meters for the whole family. But they have many choices, or they have, how do you say that? They organize themselves, or they make rules or norms that different ages have a different stages, different way of life, especially the boys or the youth. They should learn how to live outside, to live with the adults, not to stick to the parents, not to attach to the parents and to the house. Even the culture of merantau, yeah, how do you say it? Living outside the country is actually a values that is created to exercise or to make these daily routines as an exercise, as a training for facing the life, for learning something not inside the house. So traditional house is actually not to keep people inside the house. So putting in a situation where a pandemic, then there is no problem for the traditional people or traditional houses. They have a social house, they have public facilities or a community house. Yeah, that's the name of community house, or the religious building, for example, in the surau, in masjid. It's very common that people stay until late night there. And people only sleep everywhere in the house. They don't have a intended sleeping room or a special space for only for sleeping. So when there is a problem, they could arrange themselves, I suppose, how to spread each other or to make use of many spaces in the house for sleeping or for avoiding that close contact between inhabitants. Thank you.
So the COVID-19 will not change the traditional houses.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I heard that during the COVID-19, when you go to the traditional houses, I think nobody is using mask or anybody is concerning about the COVID.
So traditional housing has
A traditional community, traditional settlements does not touch by the COVID pandemic.
they have their
And
own
they live more
residence.
hours in outside the house. They only live inside the house maybe for sleeping. I don't know, maybe 5 hours a day. But outside the sleeping time, they live outside. They never be inside.
Thank you, Professor Himasari. Do we have another question? Okay, already finished, and yeah. One more question from Miss Alia. From who? I cannot read this question from who. From Miss Aya Pramatasari. Greeting Professor Himasari. I was wondering if there's a specific shift in building elements design, including windows, opening, from that of traditional house to modern house that millennials reside in. You mentioned previously that some traditional house revolves around communal living, while in urban context or today context, demand for privacy arises. Her question is about specific shift.
Yeah. The millennials is living in the so-called modern housing when you categorize it with no traditional styles or with a way of organizing the space in a modern way. So there is a separate room, there is sleeping room, there is dining room, and so on. So there is no comparison between traditional houses and modern houses where the millennials reside in. But what stays, what is maintained among the millennials is the way they are treating the companion or the friends or the family or the relatives or the inhabitants of the house. It does not depend with the windows or openings or anything with that, but the way we are sharing the facilities, the space, sharing the values, sharing our affection. Maybe that is more important. So when my message is, we don't talk about designing elements of buildings. What we need to understand more is the affection aspect, not affection, but affection, the feeling aspect. What for are we living together? With whom are we living in the house? We should have more tolerance. We should have more understanding what we need, what the other needs, what we should do together, what we could share, what we could build up together. That is more important than the window or the openings or the form of the house. That is our comment. So privacy, it doesn't matter. The traditional people, they have privacy. They know when the parents still have an obligation for reproduction. What do the children do? What do the other families do? They know, they have a mechanism how to respect, how to appreciate that we live together. Then there is also a function of a parents, of a family, of a couple. They regulate themselves how to behave, even though they know they don't need a window or a partition or a door. What we need in the modern life is very, very, very banal, very physical. When we don't have the door, then we could trespass anything. We could enter anywhere. That's not the case for the traditional people. They really respect. When you sit over there, then it's your territory. I would not trespass to your territory when I don't need that. We don't need a window or we don't need a door for that. That's it.
Thank you, Professor Himasari. End of the question and answer. And from the participant in this room, is there any question, opinion? One. Sorry, the time is up, but no. One question. Okay.
Panitia perlu mic ini untuk bertanya.
Oh, okay. To Professor Himasari, it's a short question. How to how to translate your understanding about this our culture and our traditional community to the calculation or the measurement that earlier presented from the Habitat representative, Mr. Bruno, about the number and until 2045 between the slum and or an adequate housing. I'm thinking we are more optimistic than what Mr. Bruno presented to us. I think, yeah, I think that's the question. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with some of your statement. I already discussed with my companion in the table. we should not believe the statistic which is published by the international organization, which is too broad and too generalized. We have more a richer situation and condition and potentials, which is not captured by those statistic numbers. And we should expose it to the world. Our weaknesses is we never expose it. That's the problem. And we take it for granted that the statistic numbers from the international organization is the best and the only one we should revert. That's not true, in my opinion. That is too generalistic. That is too, how do you say that? Too simplifying the problems. And solution for problems could not be reached by those statistics. So the case of when I follow this morning presentation, that disabled handling the elderly and the disability people in our culture, in our society. But we never research it, we never speak about it, we never mention about it, because we are still have a taboo that when we have a family or a member that is disabled, we should not expose it, we should not discuss it. Maybe we should break up this tradition or these values. We should respect more that our family member is not all of them are perfect. So in my opinion, it's because we never encounter or we never solve our internal problems. And we are, how do you say that, bombarded by information of at a global scale. It's some point is important, is crucial that we have to consider what is happening in the whole world. But the other point is also we should concentrate more to solve our own problem, not to revert to only from the, especially from the statistic numbers, which is very generalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Himasari. So just don't make a simple generalization. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we end this first session of our planned session. And after this, we will go to the second session to go to more building and technology related topics. So from this first session, we have had more policy related and cultural related topics, quite interesting, while we confront the statistic issue with the very real issue in the field. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have made notes for this first session, and now we go to the photo session. Again, we give applause to Professor Himasari.
Once again, thank you, Professor Himasari, for the very outstanding presentation and very insightful and eye-opening question and answer session. So now, as a form of our appreciation, the committee has a little bit of something for you.
So there is a certificate of appreciation. And also there's a bag of souvenir for you. Okay. Give it up to Professor Himasari Hanan for her excellent and insightful presentation for today's sessions. So what are we having next?
Next, we'll continue with the sharing session from the 4th until the 6th invited speaker, which still would be conducted by Mr. Jehansya. So, Mr. Jehansya,
The floor is yours
the
again.
floor is yours to continue the sharing session. Thank you very much.
Again, you still meet me here in this second session. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, that we will have the invited speakers, 3 invited speakers, but a little bit different with our first session. Almost all the invited speakers are going to talk about the building technology aspects of housing or settlements. Now we would like to invite speaker 4, Professor Takashi Asawa from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. Professor Takashi will speak by online internet. Before his presentation, I would like to introduce Professor Takashi Asawa. He has field of expertise in urban and built environment, especially in thermal environment, remote sensing, urban greening, and heat transfer simulation. His education from 2003, doctor from Tokyo Institute of Technology, 2000, master from Tokyo Institute of Technology, and 1998, bachelor from Yokohama National University, Japan. His working experience from October 2008 until March 2016 as Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Science and Technology, Interdisciplinary Graduate School of Science and Engineering, and then from April 2000 to present as Associate Professor in Department of Architecture and Building Engineering, School of Environment and Science. His most prominent publications are in 2023, the title, together with Haruka Kitagawa, Takashi Asawa, Yukari Hirayama, the title is Optimum Window Opening Control for Naturally Ventilated Buildings with Phase Change Materials in the Hot and Humid Climate of Indonesia. Building and Environment, Volume 145, 2023. And in 2023 also, together with Ewald Kworiba, Hasan Sokri, Ahmed Hassanin, Takashi Asawa, Hatem Mahmud. The title of the publication is Optimizing Concrete Performance, an investigation into the impact of supplementary cementitious materials and sand practice sizes. Material Letters, Volume 347. Now, Professor Takashi Asawa, we welcome you to make your presentation. Floor and time is yours now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'd like to have a presentation from now. Thank you very much for giving me a time for providing my presentation regarding my the research. So just and selamat pagi, everyone. Okay, so I'm now in Tokyo, Japan. So I'm sorry I could not join the on-site ITB. I'm very familiar with Bandung, so that this time that I want to go there, here, your site, but I'm sorry that today, due to some agenda, so I need to provide my presentation from Japan online. Okay, so today's my presentation. The topic is the passive cooling techniques for houses in hot, humid environment. So my presentation is yes, technical side for housing, how to make a comfortable environment with less energy uses. It's my topic under hot, humid conditions. Okay, these are my presentation contents. So firstly, that I'd like to explain some similarities in the climatic conditions between Indonesia and Japan, and the importance of passive cooling techniques for these countries will be the first content. Okay, so based on the climatic map, Jakarta, Indonesia is classified as tropical monsoon climate, and also Tokyo. Now I'm in here is the humid subtropical climate region. So the climate conditions are different, but there is a very big similarities because in Tokyo, the summer, the temperature is very hot. This year that we have the over 35-degree temperature from July to September. So very hot summer we have experienced. So I know that in Jakarta, the hot conditions continue throughout a year. So, but in Tokyo, that we have a very hot summer season and also humid conditions. So there are the very big similarities in the hot, humid conditions between these two cities. And what we need to consider to provide the comfort indoor environment with less energies. So firstly, that regional climate should be considered as I explained. So Japan, we have a hot summers and humid. So in that case, firstly, that we need to modify the outdoor microclimate first to reduce the energy entering into the indoor spaces. And then that we need to consider the building design and performances that can keep the indoor summer comfort. Then that finally that we can use the mechanical equipment like air conditioning system that can, let's say, reduce the heat inside of the rooms. But we need to maximize the passive cooling techniques and minimize the active cooling techniques to achieve summer comfort with less cooling energy uses. So these are the fundamental idea in our field. Okay, so today I want to introduce you the techniques to observe the surface temperature distribution in a space, for surface temperature distribution in a space by using this kind of the thermography. We call the spherical thermography. So by using this thermography, that we can understand which surfaces have less the thermal performances or higher thermal performances, or which kind of the designs are good or not. For example, this is a case study that we apply this spherical thermography to the Japanese traditional modern houses in Kyoto. These houses was built in about 100 years ago, but these houses have several passive cooling techniques. So left side, please see this room don't have the any passive cooling techniques, and this thermography was observed in the hot summer seasons last year. The ceiling and the walls have a higher temperature, so very hot conditions. But please see the right-hand side images. So you can see the floor temperature are quite low. So this is because that there are the cool tube on the floor levels, and then the cool tube provides the cool air into the indoor spaces. So this was 100 years ago, the techniques. But the floor temperature is cooled. So we can find this kind of the passive cooling techniques and passive cooling effect even in the traditional houses. by using this thermography techniques. In Japan, that we have the different passive cooling techniques traditionally. For example, the natural ventilation and also shading and evaporative cooling. That is use water evaporation to cool the space, and also the thermal storage and radiant cooling effect. And also that Japanese people have adaptive behavior to the hot environment during summers. So we use the fans, and we sometimes go to the outdoor spaces when outdoor temperature is cooler. So this kind of the adaptive behavior is also important. But my question is how to combine these passive cooling techniques into the modern houses. Is it possible or not? So firstly, that we can consider the solar shading effect. Shading is very important to reduce solar heat gain and overheating. So please see this simulation result of the effect of trees on the building walls and roofs and grounds. So you can see that the shading areas have a less surface temperature on the roofs and the walls. So this means that the trees reduce the solar heat gain into the indoor buildings. So this is an observation result of the indoor spaces for 2 rooms. The upper thermal image was observed in the house without any surrounding trees. So the walls and roofs temperature become very higher during the summer daytime. But please see the bottom figure, thermography, that you can see that there are no higher temperature areas inside of the room. So this the most very big the factor is that solar shading in the outside. So no solar heat gain inside was observed. So we can clearly see such different situations in the thermal conditions and thermal comfort of inside of houses. So and this kind of the situation largely affects the cooling demand, cooling energy consumption of these houses. So upper figures house use large cooling energies, and bottom figures house don't use such large cooling energies. And also, ventilation is very important also. As you know, I know that in Indonesian people like to open the windows and also to provide the outdoor airs. Yes, this is the same in Japan during summer seasons. So we call it the comfort ventilation to open the windows. But sometimes the outdoor temperature is a bit higher during daytime. So in that case, that hot air are coming in to the indoor spaces. So what we should do is that cool the air entering to the indoor spaces. So evaporative cooling is have a big potential to cool the air of the semi-outdoor space and also indoor spaces. So please see these two figures that shows the surface temperature by using spherical thermography. So the upper figure shows the thermography observed in the wooden deck space. You can see that the temperature of the wooden deck and buildings and so on have a higher temperature. But please see the bottom thermography. This was observed in the cool terrace composed of the pergola and cooling louvers and lava blocks and water retentive blocks. So they absorb the water and then evaporate the water during daytime, then provide the coolness into the spaces. So you can see the surface temperature is quite low in these spaces. So that we have checked this such a passive cooling techniques in the outdoor space and also the indoor spaces for the Japanese residential houses. For example, the passive cooling robots that evaporate the water from the robots, and also sunscreen and also vegetations. So these are the surface temperature of the passive cooling robots that shows a very lower temperature under the wet conditions and higher temperature under the dry conditions. So we see that the temperature reduction under the wet conditions from the 0.5 to around the 3 degrees Celsius in the outdoor inlet outdoor temperature into the indoor spaces. So we can understand there are the potential to reduce the temperature of the semi-outdoor space, like a terrace space and also indoor spaces. And also we can do the compare the simulations between the general, the building, how to say, the designs and also the optimum designs with passive cooling techniques so that we can understand that it is possible to increase summer comfort by combining the passive cooling techniques. And also, finally, that I'd like to explain our case study in Indonesia. So combine the effect of ventilation strategies and radiant floor cooling. So what is the idea is that even in the Indonesian climatic conditions, nighttime temperature is a bit lower in outside than indoor spaces. So we can provide the cool air into the indoor spaces. And then that if there is a thermal storage materials of the inside of the buildings, so we can cool the we can keep the cool energies into the thermal storage materials. So this means that if that once outdoor temperature is increasing like these situations during daytime, we can close the window, then that we can enjoy the radiant cooling effect. So this is our idea. So we already have tested these techniques in Indonesia. So put the phase change materials on the under the floor, then that cool the phase change materials that has the heat storage heat capacity during nighttime, then that we enjoy the coolness during daytime. So I think the time is almost over, so that I skip this one. So we understand by using these techniques, by combining the ventilation strategies and radiant floor cooling systems, that we can achieve the summer comfort period with about the 83% in the 4 years. So 83% we can keep the summer comfort, and we can reduce the cooling energy about 40% by using these techniques. Okay, so that important thing is how to combine these techniques into the hot and humid conditions. So now I'm joining the project between Japan and Indonesia, supported by Japan International Cooperation Agency to develop the low carbon affordable apartment in hot humid climate of Indonesia. So that, yes, now this is in progress, so that I'd like to achieve this kind of the low carbon affordable apartment with the passive cooling techniques in near future. So this is the acknowledgement, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Asawa. And now we directly go to the second invited speakers in this session. We will have in the last of this second session the question and answer and discussion session. So please, you all the participants, make notes and question, write the question. Our invited speakers number 5 is Professor Wang Dazuo. Professor Wang Dazuo is from Pennsylvania State University, United States of America. Please the CV of Professor Zhou. I usually read the field of expertise first. His field of expertise is on smart, sustainable, and resilient city, building and district energy systems, indoor environment modeling, building controls design, and optimization. Professor Wang Dazhou education start from 2000. He got bachelor degree from Chongqing University, and 2003 master from Chongqing University, the same university, and in 2005 master from Friedrich Alexander University, Erlangen, Nuremberg, and in last education 2010 he got PhD degree in mechanical engineering, Purdue University, United States of America. His working experience in 2022 recent as professor at Department of Architectural Engineering, Pennsylvania State University, United States of America, 2017 to 2021. Before, he was associate professor at Department of Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering, University of Colorado, Boulder, United States of America, 2013 to 2017 as assistant professor at Department of Civil, Architectural, and Environmental Engineering, University of Miami, United States of America, and 2011 to 2012 as research scientist at Environmental and Energy Technology Division, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, United States of America, 2010 to 2011, postdoctoral fellow at Environmental Energy Technology Division, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, USA, and 2006 to 2010, graduate research assistant at School of Mechanical Engineering, Purdue University, USA. 2005 to 2006, research at German Aerospace Center. His updated publication is in 2019, together with S. Huang Tesevilla Bezuo. In 2019, chapter 19, the title is Modeling in Building to Gear Integration Modeling in Building to Grid Integration. This publication is in Building Performance Simulation for Design and Operation, edition 2nd, edited by GLM, Hansen and R. Lamberts, Routledge, Taylors and Francis Group. The second, this is the publication. So, Professor Wang Dazhou presentation title will be Community and Technology for Sustainable Human Settlement. So, we welcome Professor Wang Dazhou through his recorded presentation.
Hello, everyone. This is Wang Dazhou. I'm a professor at Pennsylvania State University. First, I would like to thank the organizer of Habitechno conference for providing me opportunity to share my research with you. I'm sorry that I cannot attend the conference in person due to a schedule conflict. I hope in the future I can come to Bandung in person to meet colleagues here. So in today's talk, I want to discuss how we're trying to combine the community and technology to create a sustainable human settlement. This presentation is based on a joint US-Indonesian research project. So in this project, we are working with City of Makassar. As you know, Makassar is the 5th largest urban center in Indonesia with 1.7 million population. The city has a vision to create Makassar as a livable world-class city for all. To realize this vision, Makassar city has converted the conventional alley, as you can see from the left picture, to the beautiful garden alleys. So far, more than 70 alleys has been successfully converted to garden alleys. So what we're trying to do in this research is to answer two very important questions. During the project of the garden alley, the city found some garden alleys are successful, but some are not very successful. So they try to understand why. The second question is, the entire Makassar has more than 7,000 alleys. How can we scale the successful experience of 40 garden alleys to the 7,000 alleys in Makassar? How do we manage this complex, large project if all the alleys become garden alley? To answer these two questions, we proposed a very interesting research project. So the idea is that we want to use the smart city technology, then apply it in Makassar to make those garden alleys to be smart garden alleys. So this research project is funded by the US National Science Foundation. So we have team members from both United States and Indonesia. As you can see, on the United States side, we have Pennsylvania State University, University of Colorado Boulder, Virginia Tech. On the Indonesia side, we also have 3 universities, including the ITP, which is led by Donnie and his students. We also work with the city of Makassar very closely. So you can find more information about our project at our lab website, which links here. So next, I want to give you more information about our project. So the objective of our research is to integrate innovations in the smart and connect community technology to improve garden alleys within the city of Makassar. This research is inspired by the biomimicry philosophy. If we think our city is a human being, then creating the garden alley is just create a healthy cells, which is very important to the human body. However, our human body is more than the cells. What we propose to do here is to add sensor network, which is like add nerves for human body to understand the operation of our garden alley. Or in other words, the nerves can detect the status of the cells. The nerves will collect a lot of information sent to our brain. So in this case, we are developing machine learning algorithms, which can process the data we collect from the sensor network and then figure out the useful information, then provide information to the city government so that they can make informed decision about the operation and planning of future garden alleys. So the first step of our project is trying to understand the status of the garden alley. So the US and Indonesian teams have had a lot of online meetings. We also invited the representative from the city as well as the mayor to attend our meeting. As you can see from this screenshot, this is one of the meetings. We invited the mayor of Makassar to discuss with us about his vision of our garden alley and what he would like to see from our projects. We know the importance of in-person meeting, so therefore we also invited the Indonesian team, including the mayor and his delegates, come to the United States. So we hold a workshop at the headquarters of National Science Foundation in the Washington, D.C. to discuss how we can convert the garden alley to smart garden alley. We also showed the Indonesian delegates about a rain garden project in the Washington, D.C. Through those projects, we had a better understanding of what the city needs and how we can tailor our technology to meet the needs. And just because of those interactions, we realized that technology itself is not enough. We also need social science to understand the community. So therefore, we update our idea. So initially, we saw that we only need sensor network, engineering data to do machine learning. But then we realized we also need social data, and then this hybrid data will be processed by the machine learning algorithms in order to produce something useful for the city. As the next step, we developed a workflow for social data collection and data processing. The workflow can be divided into 3 major phases. The first phase is the field study. We're trying to understand which alley we're trying to study and what are the characteristics of the garden alleys. Using that information, then we can design interview. So this intense interview is to get more insights about the operation of garden alley from the perspective of residents as well as the management teams. Using the information collected from the interview, we can design the questionnaire so that we can do more large-scale survey to collect more information about the garden alley from a large population. And then after that, we can analyze and process the data to get the information we need. So those information then can be used to feed into the machine learning algorithm. The first thing we need to do is to identify which garden alley we should study, because there's more than 40 garden alleys, and because we have to narrow down the scope. And one category is to identify what are the successful garden alley, what are not successful garden alley. Here we work with city to define the metrics. So the first one, a successful garden alley should show is to improve the living environment of the residents. The second category is able to produce food, like a vegetable and fruit for the residents. The third category is also to improve the economic situation of the local residents. For example, the picture I took, the lady is using the vegetable grow in the garden alley, and then I think she's making a food and sell it. And in that case, she's able to make some income for her family. After we defined the evaluation metrics, and then we looked at all the garden alleys, and we end up selecting 6 garden alleys to do the focus study. So the left figure shows the distribution of the 6 garden alleys. The 4 yellow ones are the successful garden alleys, and the 2 red ones are the non-successful garden alleys. So as you can see, the Google Earth photo of the 4 successful garden alley and the 2 non-successful garden alley, which is at the bottom. So after we identified the studied garden alleys, we contacted the interview and the survey. This work was done by our Indonesian team. I really appreciate the hard work. As you can see, this was during the pandemic. People are wearing a face mask, did this survey and interview. So after we complete those survey, we did data process. Here is some of the initial data we have processed. The first one, we asked residents about their view on Garden Alley. So here we're asking, what do you think the Garden Alley project in general? So the response from the successful Garden Alley and unsuccessful Garden Alley, both of them are positive. That means people really like the Garden Alley project in general. Then the next question is that, how about the Garden Alley you live in? Now you can see the answer become differently. So for the successful Garden Alley, most people are satisfied with the project status, but still, small number of people feel they're not very satisfied. But you look at the unsuccessful Garden Alley, no one is happy with the kind of status. So that also clearly explains why this Garden Alley, we consider them unsuccessful. So another interesting finding we found from this survey is that the participation of residents. Here we designed the question into 3 categories. The first one is the perception of participation. So we asked them, how often did you participate in the Garden Alley? Frequently, sometimes, not very frequently. This is just how they thought they're contributing. And then we want to do reality check. So this is actuality by asking them how many times you actually participating in the maintenance of Garden Alley. So the third question is we're asking, do you willing to do more participation? So that's willingness. And the result is very interesting. The left 3 columns are the feedback from the participants in the successful Garden Alley. So in terms of perception, most people think they are participating in the maintenance frequently, nearly more than 70%. And then about 30% think they participate sometimes. But then if you check how many times you actually participate in the maintenance, the reality check, we found actually only 50% people are frequently participate, then 40 is sometimes 10, they really participate, but they still think they participated. But in general, majority are sometimes and frequently participate in the maintenance. If you look at the willingness, almost everyone is willing to contribute, and the majority of them, more than 80%, say they're willing to frequently participate in the maintenance. Now, the right 3 columns shows the unsuccessful Garden Alley. If you look at perception, nearly 60% believe they participate in the maintenance frequently, and also 40 realized they didn't do much work. But if you do reality check, actually only 10% is participate frequently, and another 10% sometimes. The majority of the residents, nearly 80%, really participate in the maintenance. If you look at their willingness, you can see it's also much less compared to the successful Garden Alley. So this result clearly shows that the participation of residents in the alley maintenance can play a significant role for the success of the Garden Alley. And also sometimes there's big discrepancy between the perception and the actual participation, as you can see from the unsuccessful Garden Alley cases. Yeah, there's more social data. I was still processing those results. So on the engineering side, we designed, implement a sensor network. So this sensor network is able to collect the environmental data such as PM2.5, PM10, also SO2, O3, CO. Then the sensor is powered by a solar panel. The energy will be stored in the battery so it can operate also at night. We are able to upload the data to internet through a wireless router. The right figure shows the data we can see from online. So sensor is measuring data, upload the data to the online system. Then we can access it even from the US. So then my colleagues in Indonesia, ITB, UGM, they deploy the sensor. Then you can see this is sensor network we deploy here. And then we also visit residents to get better understanding of the Garden Valley and our projects. So here I want to show you some preliminary data we collected from our sensors. So this is PM2.5 and PM10 concentration measured from one of the Garden Valley over a 1 week period. So it's interesting, you can see, we see the peak of the concentration around noon time for almost every day. But for some days, like a Monday, we can see peak even at night, but not every day. So we're trying to understand why we see this trend. Is any activities of the residents lead to this interesting profile? So while we're collecting those social and engineering data, our team is also trying to develop a machine learning network. As you can see, now we have combination of sensor data from engineering and social survey data. So that can including solar irradiance, which we can obtain from the weather station, irrigation frequency we can obtain from the survey data, and what kind of fertilizer and how often they're using, also part of the survey data, and air quality we can get from sensor. So all this information can be used as input to my machine learning model. The output, by discussing with the residents, so we decide to understand the growth of edible plants and the growth of non-edible plants. So in this case, we developed a transform framework for data fusion and the multitask learning to handle this hybrid data set. Okay, so currently we are still processing the data, summarize our findings. We hope to submit a journal paper about our project outcome. I can also share more results with you in the future conference. So last but not least, I want to emphasize that sustainability resilience are global challenges which need a global solution. At Penn State, so we are working with United Nations, and we formed an initiative called the Global Building Network. We're promoting high performance building globally together. I'm currently the Associate Director for Research at Global Building Network. So we're actively looking for partners to work with us to promote sustainability globally. Our research is funded by the US National Science Foundation. During the project, our Indonesian team also received the generous support from the Bank of Indonesia, City of Makassar. And so my team at Penn State also is supported by the Penn State Global Building Network, and some of our undergrad students is also supported by the BSU program. Again, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me. You can also find more information about my lab and our research at my lab website. Thank you. I hope all of you enjoy your conference.
Thank you, Professor Wang Dazo from Pennsylvania University. Ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the last but not least invited speaker 6. is Dr. Ing Andre Widyo Wijatnoko from ITB. We welcome you, Dr. Andre, to have a seat here. I would like to introduce Dr. Andre. His field of expertise is in structural design, appropriate technology for developing countries, and especially in bamboo construction. Dr. Andre education begins at 1995, Bachelor from Institut Teknologi Bandung, 1999, Master from Institut Teknologi Bandung, in 2000, Doctor from Aachen University, Aachen, Germany. His working experience, 2022 to recent, as head of undergraduate architecture program, ITB. His updated publications, 2020, joins in bamboo construction. Andre Widyo Wijatnoko, K.A. Harris, non-conventional and vernacular construction materials, page 560 and 596. In 2019, chapter 20 joins in bamboo construction in non-conventional and vernacular construction materials, characterization, properties, and applications. K.A. Harris and B. Sharma, editors. Woodhead, Andre Widyo Wijatnoko, Elsevier. In 2012, traditional and innovative joints in bamboo construction, Andre Widyo Wijatnoko, Drag and Verlag House, Mainz, GmbH, Aachen. Dr. Andre will make a presentation with the title of Local Technology for Humanity. We welcome you, Dr. Andre. Please, time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Let me stand up because I used to stand up comedy, stand up lecture. So I prefer to stand up for my presentation. Yeah, my name is Andre Widyo Wijatnoko. I would like to give you the presentation regarding the local material technology for humanity. Next, please. My presentation will be divided into three chapters. First is the key problem that impact humanity. And then the second regarding the local materials Cianjur, I would like only to highlight about the timber and also bamboo construction. Sorry, timber and bamboo as materials. And then the third, I would like to show you what I have done so far in regard with the reconstruction of post-disaster, post-earthquake in Cianjur in this kind of technology. Next, please. Okay, this is the, I would like to start with the key problems. And this is the picture of the result of the earthquake in Cianjur in 21st of November last year. Next. And one from 7, or even if we can add more actually, what is the key impact what is the key problem that impact humanity? There are a lot, but I would like only to highlight the 3 of them. And the first is the natural disaster, in which that this natural disaster leading to the widespread destruction, loss of life, displacement, and long-term socio-economic impact. And this is the example of the last earthquake happened in Cianjur in the 21st of November 2022. So many destruction, although some consider this earthquake is not so big. Yeah. Next. And the second is regarding the poverty. Yeah. Poverty also compels residents to construct buildings that are not up to standard, such as non-confined masonry. If we have the building, should be confined masonry, but it happened a lot that, especially in Cianjur, that many of the building use masonry, but they are not considered as confined masonry. So this is very vulnerable for earthquake hazard. We see a lot of destruction of this. Yeah, although considered the earthquake is not so big. And then the next is the climate challenge. Yeah, next. Yeah, from the 37% of the global carbon emission from the built environment, some of them resulting from the residential, like 6%. And I also want to highlight the estimated emission for brick, which is 3% from this. Yeah, so it's quite high. And in those cases, I will talk about it later. We need to replace at least some of them to reduce the emission. Next. And if we talk about the history of human history, we see that from the 350 million years ago, actually carbon dioxide has been absorbed to the earthquake, sorry, to the earth, absorbed to become the fossil oil, to become the coal, charcoal, and etc. But then since industrial revolution, we start to explore of the carbon and pump up to the atmosphere. We have the problem of climate change. That's why, starting from the 2020, we should now trying to replenish again all of the carbon that has been stored in the atmosphere into building materials. That's why we need to also consider using bio-based material to absorb all of the carbon dioxide. Next. And how? I would like to highlight this one. We can carbonizing building and construction through the avoid, shift, and improve approach. Yeah. From the avoid, we need to avoid the waste, build with less. Sometimes we need to talk. Sometimes we need to say enough is enough. Yeah. If we want to build something enough, sometimes we need to say enough is enough. And of course, one of them is to lower transport emission. That's why we need to use local materials instead of importing from other places. And from the shift, we also need to use the local available materials. This is also, I try to do it also in our project. And also mainstreaming alternative materials. This is quite difficult to do this because sometimes people already have their own image, they already have their own preference. To change it into the new alternative material is going to be very difficult. But anyway, we are an architect, we need to do that anyway. And then the other is substitution with secondary or waste materials, or use substitution with more environmental friendly materials. Next. Now we now we go to the local material in Cianjur. Next. I would like only to highlight right now the timber. This is the timber mosque that I've designed and built in Palu, but I would not talk about it. I would like to highlight this sentence that substituting conventional materials with mass timber could reduce global emission 14 to 31%. This is important. Yeah, this is important. And also, the use of the timber provide the double benefit of reduced production emission and long-term carbon storage in the building. So the longer you store the carbon in the building, the longer carbon dioxide did not emission to the atmosphere. That's also one of the important things. Next. And of course, and the bamboo, this is my design and build also, a mosque in bamboo mosque in Lombok, but I would not talk about it. Bamboo is considered to be a front runner for driving afforestation practice to mitigate climate change. Yeah. And unlike the carbon sequestration lessons associated with timber logging, previously I talked about the timber, but the problem with the timber is also the deforestation. Selective bamboo harvesting may be less ecologically damaging to forest, and productive species can yield between 150 to almost 300 tons per hectare of forest plantation land. So it is also important. Bamboo produce a lot of biomass, and we use it especially for our structure like this. I would not talk more into detail about that one because I would go to the next session in which that I would talk about the architecture humanity. This is the thing that I've done in the still ongoing project up to now. But we go to the next. We first for the temporary shelter and mosque. Bamboo is one of the easiest material to work with. That's why many vernacular architecture use this bamboo for temporary construction. Very easy, sometimes even costless. No need to pay anything. Everything can be done by machete. Yeah, this is the simplest way of construction. That's why I also use it for temporary shelter and even temporary mosque. Next. This is the 5th day of after the earthquake. They are already used the bamboo like this one, but in very poor condition. What we need as an architect is trying to improve their quality of life, although it's also in the very short terms. It's very, very, very important also for them. Yeah, it's not a rocket science, so you will see how easy this has been done. Next, I try to use bamboo as simple as possible, trying to use the simplest joint that is possible. For example, by using this plastic rope, combining with very small bamboo for a drawer, we can connect this one very easily. Everybody can do that. And we can even, with bamboo, we can even make a hole very easy because of the characteristic of the bamboo. Next. And then previously I make the workshop with the student here in backyard prior to go to Lombok. Yeah, because at that time I've opened the volunteering for the student, and there are 10 minutes to go. Okay, and then I built this one. I built a very A structure, very simple structure like this. Next, and then after many experience regarding this structure in not only in Cianjur, previously in Lombok, Palu, and then Mamuju, and then I built in many places. And then I also bring this very simple technology, very low-tech technology into the Cianjur, and I also teach the worker there. I teach also later on. Later on, I also teach the army. Yes, there are some what do you call it, Zeni army that work with building something, especially in the emergency condition or in the war condition. I teach them also to design and also build this one for many people there. Next. They are also using very simple connection like this. Later on, we improve also with voltage joint to make it more stronger. Next. And we built so many things. Yeah, with the help of this, they are very skillful, very powerful. And also the good about thing is we reduce a lot of social conflicts because this one in the hand of the army. They are the owner of the republic. Okay, and we built this one not only in one place but also in many places. Next, and we also with this kind of structure is very simple, very light. They can even bring it to the place it should be. Yeah, we can build it on the workshop and then bring it to the place that it should be. So it's very easy. Next, even all the local people also do that kind of things. Yeah, next. So yeah, this is in this case I have a sponsorship with LPPM ITB, Research and Community Service Institute of ITB, and also Rumah Amal Salman. That's the most supporter for this program. Next. And in the end, we built almost like 144 small shelter, yeah, with this measurement, and 3 big shelter, the same A structure, with this measurement. So it's very big and very it's very mass at that time. Next. Yeah, this is the very good example how before we are going into them, we provide a better quality of life, although it's very short of time. But anyway, since the problem of reconstruction is a bit difficult there, until a couple of weeks ago, I still see many of the people still live in this tent. Yeah, it's probably already almost a year. Next. Yeah, and we built right now, we make a bigger structure, shelter, but for community shelter. Next. Yeah, this is our first, and then a lot of NGO also come to our site, and then they want to learn how to build this one. Next. Yeah, there are so many people to learn, and then also to directly construct the community shelter. Next. Yeah, this is also have been done by the army. They already make a kind of prefabrication to do it more quicker. Next. Yeah, next. This is the exploration. This is the construction with the army. They built. This is, I think, the project of a mosque in this area. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah, this is the temporary mosque that has been destroyed because of the earthquake, and then it was built in the surrounding area like this. The problem with this compound is this condition, yeah, because of the rainy season, and then we don't have enough time and also money or funding to make it drier. Next. Yeah, this is the mosque, the temporary mosque. The communal shelter, we built 9 in total. Yeah, huge in a huge measurement, huge dimension. Next. Okay, yeah, I would like to give an acknowledgement to Rumah Amal Salman, SAPPK ITB, LPPM ITB, and also Gilang, and also 2 of our master students here also helped me a lot to build many structure in those areas. Next. Okay, and now I would like to go into the temporary community center. I only have 5 minutes left. Or Puskesmas. This is our previous structure using timber, also local timber, but at that time we built this one for community shelter in Mamuju. I would like to use also the same technology because it's very easy to build this Puskesmas or temporary health center. Next. Okay, yeah, everything has been done, everything on the ground because this is the easiest way to do. And then next. And the next step is to erect a 1 by 1 frame. Why we need to build this one? Because the previous building is not function because of they are afraid of structure. Yeah, there are many damage. Although the damage, I would say, is more architecturally rather than structurally. Anyway, they are prefer to use the very small and also simple tent, and then Rumah Amal Salman wants to build the temporary one for about 7 months in service. Next. Yeah, this is the process. Next. Yeah, this is the result. Yeah, there are so many, I think some, I don't know exactly, but many kids born in this temporary Puskesmas. Yeah. Next. Okay, yeah, this is also collaboration between LPPM, as APPK, and also Rumah Amal Salman. I would like to acknowledge Gilang and also Fasa and Andika, the student here. Next. And then the third, I would like to show you the plastic bamboo construction. This is our first prototype of this structure. Next, and I built one also in Cianjur. Why? One of the reasons is also trying to shift or change from brick, which is quite a lot CO2 emission, into bamboo. Yeah, it's not so big, but at least we're trying to use. And also we need to change the alternative construction. Next, maybe we can do it a little bit fast. Yeah, we use also the local materials, bamboo in local materials. We build everything on site. Next, also to reduce. And one of the things is trying to replace all of the timber using this flattened bamboo, woven bamboo. And then after that, we plastered on the outside. Next, and some also in the inside. Next. Yeah, this is the plastering process is taken the longest time of the construction. Next. And yeah, this is the result. Some of the bamboo has been exposed. I did also some of the structure like this also with Bulili. In right now we have also the project like this in Makassar. Next. Yeah, this is the owner of the house. I would like also to thank you to LPPM for providing the cost for the house, and also Pak Eko is also the local tokoh. What is tokoh in patron? Yeah, the local patron in the area, and also helped by our master student Rizkianita Bintang. Next. And I would like also to give you a short, very short, because I still one minute left. This is the ongoing project using bamboo and also combining with steel construction, Al Barokah Mosque. Next, in combination with Basma Pertamina, yeah, and also Rumah Amal Salman. This is the condition right now. We need to improve it again, and then I hope that we can make a ground opening on the next December, at least in this year. Next. And this is probably the last project that I would like to show you. This is also an ongoing project, a bigger project rather than that. We built the bamboo mosque. Previously, it was steel mosque combining with concrete, and then we changed it into the bamboo mosque. Next. Yeah, everything is actually the lower part. I make the design of this lower part using the concrete construction, but then in the top part I change it into the roof by the bamboo. Next. Yeah, this is the joinery that I've make a simple joinery, bolted joint. Next. And this is the previously probably. Yeah. Yeah, can you try to this is the video. Sorry, next. Can you play this video? Yeah, this is not gendang. This. Yeah, this is the condition right now. We need still a lot of work to do, especially for finishing to before we can make a grand opening in December, I hope. Okay, next. Thank you very much. Time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Andri. Very interesting and valuable presentation from Dr. Andri. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we already end this plenary session, the second session. And now we go to the question and answer and discussion session. Before we go to the Zoom meeting question from the audience, we welcome you from this room to raise hand to make question or opinion, not only to Pak Andri, but also to Pak Asawa Sensei, Professor Asawa and Professor Zhu. Pak Doni is invited now. Or other? Okay. We go to question. Okay, Pak Doni. Question or opinion? I think from Pak Doni is Pak Doni menjawab. Okay, already 5. I saw.
So I think I have one question to Pak Andri. Pak Andri, I have a questions about the materials of the roof for the temporary buildings. So it is quiet that you mentioned that you want to make that the buildings is have materials to low carbons or low emissions. I just wondering why you use the plastic when you make the contemporary buildings for the Cianjur area, because you know that the plastic is materials that emit the carbons much. And the second question is about, do you have a plan to make that plastic to be used in the future? Maybe sometimes because you know that that area is very, very much plastic that you use for the temporary buildings. Thank you.
I don't think, because Pak Andri already known as a master in bamboo. Please, Pak Andri.
Yeah, okay, very good question. I think it's just practicality. It's just depend on the practicality. For Puskesmas, we use metal, in which that we hope that the metal, that the structures after we already demolished the Puskesmas, but we want to build it for the new purposes, but it's not yet happened right now. So we use the steel, corrugated metal steel. But for emergency response, actually is very practicality. It's also very cheap. They, without us, it's also they are buying many plastic for that purposes. Because maybe if you have any suggestion, or maybe if you have any suggestion, the other materials that is have the benefit approximately the same with plastic, then are very welcome to be used in the future. But basically, it's very practicality, and it's also very a big. Maybe it's not question, yeah, but it's also very curious whether the plastic that has been used for this shelter has been used further for the people there. I don't know, yeah, or they make consider this one as waste. I don't know for exactly the after use of this shelter, but I think it's very good question, and also I'm very interesting also to see what will be the end life of this plastic.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Dr. Andri, for the answer. And now we go to the 6th question. Already 6. I saw just 3 questions. Now become 6. And first question is also to Pak Andri. I would like to ask Mr. Andri regarding the temporary structure with local materials. If it will be used for a prolonged time or periods, what could we do to extend the surface life of the structure? What can we do to preserve the local materials easily, cheaply? What natural substance could be used? Again, from Pak Doni Trihandono.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Doni. Another Doni here. For the bamboo, for materials of bamboo, we used to preserve the bamboo by using borax and boric acid. This is a very widely and well-known preservation methods that has been done so far all over the world. However, it is not cheap, especially in Indonesia, because the wrong use of the misuse of the borax widely spread. So the borax is the government try to limit the import of the borax, and then the price is getting higher. So there are some architect and also environmentalists trying to use the natural substance to preserve the bamboo. However, it's not worked well, at least so far. So in my opinion, if you want to use the natural substance or more environmental friendly preservation, it's better to put it to immerse inside the water. Yeah, it's like an immersion, and then you can actually ferment it, the starch that has been inside, in which that the starch is very attract the insect to eat it. Yeah, and also the termites. So that's, I think, the, if you want to further, then you can
Yes.
talk about it later.
Yes, I think Pak Andri has more explanation about this. Okay, thank you, Pak Andri, for the answer. And the second question is from Irene Rosalinda. Irene Rosalinda, thank you for the inspiring presentation, Mr. Andri. Again, to you, Pak Andri. I would like to know what are the key considerations and advantages you prioritize when choosing to integrate bamboo into composite materials? And how do you believe the combination of bamboo with other materials can enhance or contribute to the overall quality, sustainability, or functionality of a product or structure? Please the answer, and please make it short.
Okay, I have 10 minutes to answer regarding. Okay, maybe I'm sorry if I'm not really answer, but not really the answer is not really your okay. I answer it. If sometimes I combine bamboo with other materials. Yeah, I make a composite bamboo with other materials because I can say bamboo has a lot of advantages, so many. But however, we cannot deny that bamboo also have the limitation. Yeah, the limitation. For example, bamboo cannot be exposed to the direct sun, also the direct rain. That's why I need to make a composite with the concrete. I mean, concrete is used for pedestal, for fooding, and then I use bamboo on top of them. And also use, in my professional work also, I used to compose bamboo with other materials like industrial materials because of the durability. So I can make sure that the durability of bamboo inside the building is much longer because of it was protected by other industrial materials like that. Yeah, I think that's.
Okay.
I hope it's answered your question, Ibu Irene.
Well, thank you, Pak Andri, for the answer. And the third question, again, to you, Pak Andri, regarding the design of mosque in Cianjur. Can Mr. Andri explain the assumption of the connection between the bamboo roof and the reinforced concrete frame on the walls, whether it is designed as a clamp, joint, or roller connection? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the appreciation. I would say that all of bamboo joint, especially the structure that I've designed so forth, we can make a rigid joint out of bamboo combining with the concrete. However, most of the structure that I've designed, I considered the joinery as a pin joint or hinge joint. So it's not the roll joint, but a hinge joint. So I considered everything can move in some certain of direction. I considered that the joint did not trying to hold the moment. So it's basically hinge joint. Welcome.
After Pak Samsun Ramli, the fourth question is from already finished. Oh, we have closed the
I think,
question and answer session. Okay, thank you so much. Still here, Pak Andre, stay here. Ladies and gentlemen, we end this session. I have made some notes, but this is especially regarding this topic, our conference topic regarding the sustainable human settlements. We have seen that Pak Andre has so many solutions, yeah, in the building technology, especially from wood and bamboo, ranging from the most temporary construction to the permanent construction with bamboo cement construction. And also so well experienced with many disaster related, especially disaster related projects. The question is, why does government not make it government programs to other location, especially the prone area that will disaster will come one time. And the second question is regarding to the natural disaster as the root of the cause or the issue Dr. Andre has raised. Are we actually waiting for the queue of disaster from prone area to another prone area, just waiting for the disaster hit the settlement, and then make again and again and again the programs, reconstruction, rehabilitation like that. Is there any strategy to make it more resilient? Since you mean, I forgot you mentioned or not that the settlement usually in traditional or villagers. Oh yeah, you mentioned about the using masonry. They using masonry a lot, but not so strong. Yeah. What is the problem? Is there the problem with the tradition, the values? As we know, traditional villagers has so many construction system, etc. Why does it happen in many area in Indonesia? Actually, this is not the question. this is my notes, yeah, as a moderator, because the government, yeah, as usually I always address my question to the government. From Professor Asawa, we learn a lot about technology for social housing. And as we know, in tropical region, Indonesia has a microclimate, has the tropical climate, and how the built environment should blend with the nature, should make the should harmonize the built environment, buildings, projects, etc. with the nature. This is very challenging in Indonesia context. And Professor Asawa has presented the microclimate and passive cooling technology, including in daytime and nighttime, based on his and his team, including Padoni, research team. And the second presenter, Professor Zuo, has already presented the community and technology for sustainable human settlement. Regarding the smart garden alleys, this is my question. why not alley garden? Not is that garden alley? Okay, in Makassar, the location of experiment is in Makassar, embracing 7,000 garden alleys in the city, and this research is inspired by the biomimicry philosophy. There was success and failed. So the same question, why does the government make it as the national program or urban wide, city-wide programs in many areas? So based on all of this presenter, actually we look at the potentials and so many values in Indonesia, in the society, that we have actually, yeah, strategy and solution to develop our human settlement become more sustainable and more resilient. So we are waiting for the implementation and the policy, housing and settlement policy and strategy development to make it real. That is my notes. And thank you again for Pandri as the last presenter. We make applause to Pandri. Now we go to the presentation and photo session with Pak Andri.
Just like the previous speaker, for a moment of appreciation, we would like to invite Mrs. Lily to present a certificate of appreciation for our excellent speaker, Mr. Andri. Okay, and for Mr. Jahan as our excellent moderator for today, please Mrs. Lily to present the certificate of appreciation as well. Let's give our biggest applause for our moderator and excellent speaker of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, our panel session has come to an end. And we're about to take a break until 1:30 p.m. as our conference will continue in parallel sessions after the break.
Before we go, there are a number of announcements that we would like to make. So after this, it will be followed by parallel sessions, namely by the speakers whose name appear on the list on the screen here.
And to our online participants, you might as well take a break, but our meeting rooms on Zoom will remain available for you to stay on the virtual meetings. And to our respected guests, you can use this room as your co-working space during the lunch break. And the lunch will be served upstairs on the second floor of these buildings. Okay.
Also, for participants here, if you feel interested, you may also look for further information about this event on our official website, which is habitechno.id. And also, don't forget to check out the virtual exhibition of architectural design studio from our distinguished contributors in the website. It is in the Atria X Habitechno 6 section of the website.
We'd also like to express our highest gratitude to our partners for this international conference. That is SAPPDITB, Architecture IDB, IAI or EI West Java, IMA Marka, and IMAGE. And for the online participants, e-certificates are available from KUMAE, and please refer to the link that's been shared on the Zoom's chat room.
Now, before ladies and gentlemen go to the second floor to have a very, very nice lunch today, we would like to invite every single one of the participants here to come up front and have a short photo session before we have our lunch. So everyone, you may please move up front for a short photo session. Thank you very much.
So for all the guests and everyone in this room, please come forward for a brief photo session.
Once again, to our distinguished guests, if you would like to have a short photo session, please come up front. It will be conducted right here in front with everyone around in this room. So I would suggest everyone to take this chance. Family is already here.
We will also like to
Anyone else would like to come up front to take pictures with us?
for our respected speakers and our moderator to come forward as well.